Good evening and welcome. There we go. All right. I am not prepared. Are you prepared? I'm not prepared. Is it even working? Is audio on? Yes, audio is on. Cool. Yep. Just got home from a very intense 2-day workshop. So a little bit tired, exhausted. No, not tired, exhausted, and mind blown. So we're gonna be chilling. I was thinking that maybe I should just announce that it would be a short stream today. But you know, once I sort of fire it up and then I get started, it'll be the usual 4 hours. We know that, right? So that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Workshop on what? On Factorio. Factorio workshop. Workshopping Factorio stuff. So for master classes. Yeah. So that's the objective for today is continue to do some design work and basically, well, maybe not, but kind of try to complete the base for the starter base. That's going to be the objective. Don't know if we're going to be making it, and there are big decisions and such to make that we have to figure out how to do that. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah. So for next week, I've also updated the schedule, not on Twitch, but on Patreon. Not Patreon, on Discord. But I'll just update it right now on here stream. So we're going to be playing next week. I have 3 days set aside for Assassin's Creed as to kill a guy. There we go. There it goes. That's on Monday and also Wednesday. Assassin's Creed. There we go. And next one is also on Thursday. That's a very woefully updated this schedule, but now it's there. Assassin's Creed Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If we like it, of course. If we don't like it, well, looks like it's pretty good. People are definitely playing it, and then Sunday it will be back with more. But no Friday and Tuesday. Friday and Saturday are days off as usual. So. Yeah. There we go. Right, so, and welcome to Syrup to Raisin. Interesting. Right, so I guess I hope that Assassin's Creed will sort of, I don't know, tie us over for a while. Be a couple weeks of just fun and gaming, and together with having a weekly session of Factorio's masterclass or Factorio workshop. I think that's gonna be nice, and then we'll see when something else comes along, because well, by then it'll be sort of mid-April, I guess, in a couple weeks time. I don't know, almost. It's almost April, and the next thing we have that we definitely have is on the 20th of May. There's Captain Industry, and I believe there was also one more thing. Oh right, it was Dune Awakening, also on the 20th of May. Bad that it's the same, but you know, among those two, I think that it's gonna be Captain of Industry, especially with all the cool new stuff that comes along. So that's gonna be the next big thing that we know of. There'll be some Shapes 2 in the future, and then I'm really hoping that we'll see some kind of new game that's gonna be interesting. And I'm also relying on you guys to keep an eye out for upcoming games or new games that are just coming out that we should take a look at as they come up. Because honestly, I would say 5 mails a day with games I should play, and I can't bother to look through them. I'm just looking at the tagline where it's like, I don't know, it's like MOBA tower defense, RPG, Minecraft, RimWorld meets Fortnite, or like all those kind of taglines where I'm like, nope. Right, free to play. I mean, you mean microtransactions? Free to play, blah blah. It's like, yeah, no thanks. So it's also really difficult for any developer to actually get my attention because I get so much junk, and I honestly can't bother to sort of go through each and every one and just look at it and go like, yeah, okay. So yeah. Would you ever play Management Star Tycoon game? 2 point. 2 point. I played 2 point something, right? I think there was a 2 point. Wasn't there? 2 point. They have like. Is that the planet? The zoo and stuff like that? Because then it's like, nah. 2 point museum. Ah, yeah, we play. I think it was Campus. Yeah, I did a sponsor stream for the Campus one. I think it was Campus one. Yeah, it was not fun. So I don't imagine that. It was kind of like intended to be fun and cheeky. It does say overwhelmingly positive. That's crazy. I don't know what. I don't get the appeal. Are you supposed to think it's cute and fun? Because I felt that the gameplay was atrocious. And this looks like it's a different skin on the same engine idea. Yeah, I don't know. 2 Point Hospital? No, I did not play that one, but yeah. Perhaps the bar for gaming is slightly higher here. Maybe, but it's also, yeah. I do, when I look at it, it's I think it's I'm being harsh. I know. I think it's compensating for gameplay by being fun and silly. And that's not really. It can be fun and silly if the gameplay is great. Then adding fun and silly on top. Cool. Like the way that Oxygen Not Included does it is brilliant because at the core it's a really good game and then they just sprinkle a little bit of silliness on top and that's cute. Yeah, it's a reskin of the theme of Theme Hospital. Yeah, okay. I thought so, and I don't think that's an appealing like game time, right? Don't we have an emote by now, or a command by now for the whole let's glorify authoritarian regimes in gameplay? No, I'm not gonna play Soviet Republic. I'm not gonna play the Rise of the Third Reich. I'm not gonna play games that glorify dictatorship and genocidal regimes. I'm not gonna play that. Doesn't matter how good the game is. I don't think that's the right way to do it. To glorify that kind of thing. So I don't like it. I don't play games that glorify drug use in a sort of like 2 point drug dealer or something. I don't play those kind of games either. I don't play games that are shoot your local cop games. But yeah, so it has to be sufficiently taken out of a real world context for it to for a game to be can be anything sort of like that. We can play in this fantastic world that is set in a fantasy world or in a sci-fi world. Yeah. So we never see you play RimWorld? Nope. So. Chuba Museum, but no, probably not. More make a wacky than optimization. I think it's that thing. I think it's more the sense that I think this game, at like 2 Point Museum and 2 Point all those, they fit a certain type of YouTuber, and that's not me. The ones who will sort of lean on the humor and accentuate it, like make it more fun and lean into it and sort of interact with it. For me, it's like, okay, well, that gave us a +2. All right, well, can we get another +2 somewhere? Instead of going, oh my God, the plant is eating. Like, yeah, that's just not me. So, yeah. Yeah. You with shapes 2 done. Yes, Yoda. I'm with shape 2 done for now. Yeah. How much hour did I invest in Factorio? I love the fact that you are saying it, invest. I invested 8,500 and let's get it accurate just because 62 hours invested. Logical Vulcan of you. I don't know. It's just someone in my a friend, let's say like that, a friend in the rope community that I'm talking with regularly. We talk about rope. Then we were leaving from the workshop yesterday at the same time, and then he saw my car, and then this morning he came to the workshop and said, "I found your YouTube channel." Like, oh yeah, because it literally says so on my car. Then license plate. So, don't talk about what you do in the real world. That's only 356.75 days. Yeah, it's not even a year. Haven't even spent a year playing Factorio. Come on. Yeah. Well, and soon I'll have played a full year of. What is the number for a full year, including leap years? So that'll be like 365.24 something. Yeah, 25. I mean, now you're rounding. You're rounding it off when you say 0.25. So 8,720. Yeah. Well, I don't care about minutes because Steam is listing it in hours. So it's good to keep an eye on that it's in playtime in hours. Then I can say I played a year of Factorio. Yeah. 8,760. That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. So will you play Harry Potter games? No, why would I play Harry Potter games? Like what kind of Harry Potter games exist that would be like relevant? I don't know what I can't imagine that. I wouldn't play it if it's a Harry Potter game. I would play it if it was a fucking amazing game. It just sets in a Harry Potter world. I don't think that's the case because games that are set in those kind of things sort of often the main selling point, it's Harry Potter in space, and then they pay all the money they should have spent on a good game. They spend that on buying the franchise or the license to call it Harry Potter in space. Sucks. Thank you for the 2 gift subs, and that triggers a random hype train for whatever reason. And Shepard jumping in on the random train with a gift sub. Thank you. Hogwarts Legacy is not a new game, so why would I play it? And it definitely does not should look like a good game to me. Yeah. Shenanother Techno, thank you for 5 gift subs. Wow, just gifties. No resubs, no anything. So no one's sitting on a monthly resub that they want to expend or flag right now, because now is a good opportunity to do that. Thank you, Shen. Right. So today's Factorio. The rest of the week until next Sunday will be Assassin's Creed if we like it. It's a little bit of a shame because I really liked playing Dune Spice Wars. It's so fun, and I just kind of want to continue with our Harkonnen campaign. Mr. Pava, thank you for the 32 months of subscription. Let's jump into the game now that we are. So, this is the end of the last YouTube episode, but I don't think that's the right one to load. But we'll load it anyway. Yeah, it's not the right. Actually, it is the right one to load. Let's and Sharon the Signal. Thank you for gifting a specific sub there. That one. Let's get that in here, and I'm gonna be taking the decision and just killing this part because it is time to go away. Yeah. I don't think this is the right way to do this. Yeah. I remember this on right. It.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And there we go. Next fee. Thank you for the 30 months. 3 metric years. Sweet. And welcome. Welcome back. Alright, so now it's about setting this one up. So what we're going to do today is we're going to continue on the next parts of the base. We have actually kind of a lot of the stuff needed for Nauvis already done. Right, so let's see if I can remember this, how to do this. I think we need to switch to red ones now. Alright, so we have gotten to a level 1 hype train, so can we move further than a level 1? Oh. Yeah. And this will be red and green, right? And this is red and green, which is an unfortunate location. Ooh, Shen on the signal. Thank you for 5 more gift subs. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Is this good? What was supposed to be here? This is supposed to be steel and... No, it's not going to work. Yeah, so if we are getting here with this train, then now's time. If you have a sub that it needs renewal, then now is a good time to throw it in there, if you want to. There, and that's going to be the red and green. And then this will be steel and copper, right? Zinc copper, and then this will be more iron. Ironium. There we go. And the next one will be concrete, but only partial concrete. Or more like it doesn't need to be a full concrete. Yeah. And that one. And that's the 60-second warning on the train. If we want to join in, then now's the time. And this one's off by 1. And you should pick from the second lane. Ah, that's true. That's true. Of course. Good. Last chance to get on the train. And the next one is stone and stone bricks. Yeah. Stone bricks are here. Now the question is, do I even have anything later on that needs stone? Hey, Random Max, thank you for the 63.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
That's an annoying cat. And the train is dead. Thank you for trying. That's actually not a great place. It needs to go a little bit down here. And let's see, what is the next one then? The next one is steel and copper again. Oh my god, that copper is... But the steel has to be on top. Okay, these things, right. It's difficult to get this working. It's annoying that it's so relatively impossible to get this going. Really dislike having this much of a spaghetti on my main boss here. I think maybe if these were sort of reorganized somehow, it could be better. But it is with 4 lanes on top. Ah, fuck! It doesn't work. It's the opposite way. It has to be. You have to be on top. There. Because then it merges correctly. Good evening, Matt. And up here we have Ironium coming here. And then it's red and green on the outside one here. There. That is all the stuff. And then we're going to kill this. Because now that's no longer a thing we're going to be using. The stone isn't progressing beyond that junction. That's true, because that was intended. Because I don't have anything higher up that needs stone. You need stone for blue signs. Really? How? That's new. There's no purple signs on Nauvis. But that was here. And I don't think I need this beyond this point, actually. So I might as well. And concrete, I don't know if I need it up here. I don't think so. Probably don't need it anywhere. I don't know. But let's add it if we need it. Don't want to maintain these lines. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Concrete is needed for space stuff. Yes. Rocket silo and cargo landing pad and nothing else. These two. Yeah. But I'm not sure, or I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to feed these by belt. But maybe. What if we organize those lines so that the two we keep on the inside? I don't think I want to redo it now. It's like one of those, it's one branch off and then it's branched off and then it's done. Yeah. It annoys me when building it, but once it's built, it's like, whatever. This is also weird. Okay, so what is it we want to do today? We started out just highlighting this kind of thing here last time and just saying, like, yeah, that's probably something along the lines of what we need. Hello, Torman, good to see you. Yeah. And I think the idea here is good for this. I think the idea for this one is also good, and it is connected all the way, so I just need one of these to be hooked up, and then it works fine. And this is almost okay. I don't quite like it, because it kind of wastes some space up here and wastes some space down here. It needs to be more compact. Maybe something like this. I mean, that's an option, but how do I then get it in here? Right hand side in the direction of travel. That should still work, right? It's better. It's not perfect. Batteries need to be on the top line, don't they? Since the frames are going the furthest. Yes, absolutely. Let's add more batteries and then remove that. And then there you go. New to streams, been watching your content on YouTube. Thanks for all the entertainment and ideas. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Undead Monkey, thank you. And yes, for the science, thank you. And welcome. Okay, there are 3 circuit units that need fixing in the hub. Engine units, blue inserters to green. What hub rails? What is hub rails? Oh, rails. Okay, let's have a look at that. Let's do that in a separate design. Let's actually just stamp it down somewhere. These ones, are they the ones I'm actually using for the blueprint, right? Yep. Yep. Oh, this is for the thumbnail, actually. Okay. And they are not connected anymore. They are still not connected. Now they're connected. Good. Right. Okay, let's see. You were saying, and hello, Moon, by the way. Rails. What is the problem with Rails? Correct. Greater than 0. Yes, we see. And the other one was engine units. Engine units?
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
I guess this one should be wired up. And that was a new Jova. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Let's see. It'll have to be from here to here. And then this one will be enabled when engine units... No, I can't do that. Because I won't be having engine units coming in here. I won't be having a signal for engine units. I'll simply do that one. And then get this.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And the last one was blue inserters to green. Thank you so much for that. Blue inserters to green. Blue inserters to green. There shouldn't be any condition there. Oh, this is correct. This one should not be enabled. This should be enabled out here, because otherwise it'll get stuck for the wrong condition. Yes, so that one to that one. Good. Very good spot. Thank you. And greater than 0. Alright, so that means we can update the blueprint. There's always some manual labor. There. And fixed. Rails, engines, Oxford, comma, and inserters. Then we fix the same thing over here. That one. Engines. Do that. And blue inserters. Nope. Actually, so much so that this is gonna nope up here, and then no, that's not correct. It's in here. Yes, it receives a signal. And then we take in here. Deselect those. It doesn't really matter that there's one tile here, but now I've just kind of decided not to have it, so now I have to remove it everywhere. There. Good. And then I am going to take another save of this. And then I can update it on Patreon afterwards. There. There's a very small detail that no one's probably noticing, is that when anyone uses a Factorio bin, it is just posted by anonymous, but when I use it, it says it's posted by me. I love that. It's nice. Good. So that's fixed now. Cool. Jesus Fistus, thank you for the 3 years. Much appreciated. Your link in YouTube is season 51. Your link in your YouTube is season 51. I don't know what that means. Updated space age. The one I have in, I don't have anything in my YouTube, is season 51. Yes, that's because it's the old one I used, right? The Basin book, yes, that's because it's not, the one I have for Space Age is for patrons, because that's how I decided to do it for Space Age. So if you're a patron, you can just look on Patreon, and then there's posts, and then you can download it from there or from Discord. But I decided that that's how I want to do it. What is the reasoning behind the smaller city blocks? Watch the video. But the idea is that everything is so much more efficient in Space Age that you really don't need to have 100 by 100, because that's way too big. And especially on the other planets, you're going to be just having too much, or you're going to be using too much space, or wasting too much space because you don't need it anymore. 100 by 100 worked really well because it was also used for trains, but trains are going to be a lot less dominant in, or they are less dominant in Space Age because they're nigh on useless. So we don't really need trains, and therefore we don't need to cater for trains. And because we don't need trains, because we have much smaller bases, because we have spaces on different planets, then you need a smaller footprint. And therefore I decided to make them 1/4 the size, and it works really well. So back to the topic at hand. Are these blueprints upgradable? Sure. I don't know what you mean, but yes. I mean, this blueprint upgrades to that blueprint once you upgraded all the belts to red and all the boxes to storage chest. Then you can stamp the other blueprint down, and then it works fine. Okay, I still have some work to be done on this one. The work I need to get done is that this one actually needs red circuits. That sucks. I need red circuits inbound. I actually think maybe I get red circuits on this side, and then I get these out on a separate line. That might be nicer. What we're working on today is the rest of the fucking base. So basically, after we get the hub, oil, red circuits, all the 4 sciences going, set up the science, that one we might want to update as well. Then what else do we need? We need robots, we need batteries, we need solar panels, we need here, what is that? That's stuff, and more stuff, and and rockets. That's what we are working on. So right now it's this one. So we just need to make these kind of modules and then sort of tweak them in together how they're going to work. It also seems kind of fun that the fact that batteries don't really have a lot of usage. Accumulators and frames, and no, and that one's already taken care of. So do I really need them out on a bus? No. I'm just gonna have to check what the hell the cat is up to, because it's up to no good. Look at this fat cat. Yeah. He's in need of purring. Or he's in purring, but in need of cuddles. The kids are coming back tomorrow, so there'll be plenty of cuddles tomorrow. Yeah, but enjoy the cat the cat cam, because I might not be a cat owner for the foreseeable future, because this guy is bullying the other one, and the and that's no good. And we are trying to make them become friends again. And if we can't, then I can't really have 2 cats in a house and them fighting. And it's not even like fighting because like brotherly fighting, but it's sort of bullying. So the other cat Pixie is sort of we have to feed him by himself, like in a closed room, so Speedy doesn't steal his food, and then we sort of have to carry him down and put him by his food tray and close the door, and then he'll have like some time to eat for himself, and then open the door, and then he's hiding in the bed again. So yeah, while he's running around, not having anyone, and getting a little bit frustrated about not having anyone to play with. But then when Pixie comes out, he chases and bites Pixie, and that's no good. Yeah, so if you can't get them to become friends by sort of feeding them separate and then working on that and getting Pixie to gain some weight because he's actually lost weight and cats shouldn't be losing weight, then then we're gonna have to find separate homes for them. It's too bad, but yeah. It's it's more important that they have good lives than we have our little pets, right? And you're such a bully. Look at him. He looks like such a bully, right? All cozying up and go like, no, no, I'm the cuddly one. Yeah. You are cute, but you're a lot less cute when I know you bully your brother. That's also a part of it. Like I like him a lot less because he's bullying his brother, and he can't really help it because it's stupid cat nature. Yeah. Is there a way to do this better? Yes, there is. Okay, let's get these two off, and let's not use this line. Good. Then let's get this moved in a little bit in, sort of like this. Direct insert. I don't think I need direct insertion. I don't think it actually... I mean, it is actually kind of... Like, what is the ratio here? It's pretty much... I could actually just direct insert in here and direct insert in there, and then it'll be like, done. That would mean this pattern has been changed into one with a space in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's play with that idea. So we want to do like cool, innovative, weird designs. So why not? Why not indeed? That would mean that this would go here, and this would go here, and then all this crap has to be. All right, let's kill all of this. We can always rebuild it. It would have been easier to rebuild if I hadn't just deleted everything, but okay. So I get one. No, this is the outbound, and then I need... No. This is the iron coming in. This is the stuff coming out. And then that's inbound, and then that's inbound. Uh-huh. But this one is now short on batteries. Yep. That's what I don't like about this. Is that I don't win anything from doing this. But I lose the ability to sort of put him on a belt, right? Encode your Patreon link into QR code and include that in a build in an otherwise unused tile. I did, except I used it to rickroll I have a QR code for the Rickroll link somewhere in an old save file where it was just funny. Like you would just have it on the map, and then it was just a random QR code, and then I was just waiting for someone to just go like, "Oh, that's cool." Just print screen. Yeah, bus has a benefit. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not even sure I want to get it on the bus. I might just get it like this. I go, yep, one goes down and one goes up, and then nothing goes on the bus because all it takes is just like this, and it's literally nothing is different here. So the whole idea of input is completely irrelevant. Direct input here, yeah, it is. Because I don't win anything by doing that, and neither do I win anything here. Okay, but this one has to be changed. So let me just, oops, figure out how to do that. Ah. For example, right? Do I need that? Come on. It is quant size 2, so this should be fine. So something like this is actually less space. Is there another way to do this? Yeah, that's nicer. Except I still don't have this one done. There we go. That's something. That's not something. Damn. That is, I guess, the least awful option. But that's got to be better than that, right? And that would be a better option, and then we could just kind of thinking like this would be a better idea, or something else like. But anyway, it works. Pipes left to merge into the yeah, but then it conflicts with this one. That's the problem. Because otherwise I would do this. And that would be fine. But it is taking too much space. And now I also lost this one. in the lower half and carry them up. Oh, that's nice. Yes, that's a good idea. Awesome. Much better idea. Like that. And potentially like this. Or maybe like this, I guess. Cool. Good idea. For example. Let's see if there's easier way to do this. Like, there's a lot of mess here, but kind of works, right? Is it on that side? Yeah. This takes less space. I just don't like that these are not aligned. That would be better, but then it wouldn't work in the sense that I want it to work. Yeah. It's gonna be this way. For now, at least. Until I find something better. Anything better? Any better way to do this? Don't care about the big spells are mixed. Doesn't matter. For now, at least. Alright, so let's just get this one. Let's get it up here with it as far north as possible. And then the idea is, okay, so here at the end, or maybe we will actually use this. Oh. Because this will now also be red. Otherwise, I can't make one type of, and these are gonna go in. Yeah. Something like this, right? Can move it a little bit closer to the start, like this. Oops. How did that not work? Oh. Yeah, that's why. You can move the pipe assembler down another one and make the battery belt go underground. And that does what? What does that do for us? I guess we can take the whole thing then a little bit down, but again, what does it do for us? I guess that doesn't get us closer to anything, but it does allow us to go with this, which would theoretically look nicer, except now I'm just feeding it into this one. That sucks. Like that would somehow be neater. Somehow. I don't know. the left middle, you can move the lower factory one up. As long as I can't move this one in, then I'm not really winning anything. Then I can move this out, but sure, it's symmetrical, but it just looks worse. The only thing is then I can kind of... No. This is 4, so it can reach 2 more. That means there's no reason, no way that I can have these two next to each other, and then also 1. That's 3 plus 3 plus 1. That's 7. So no. Just output both into the middle. Yeah, that's true. Nope, it's not. Then I'd have to do it this way. I guess that's also like it's cleaner, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we are not a little bit in. See, I need to filter this one off so that it doesn't get that. Now I need to have 2 of these that share the inputs from this belt, but get each of these belts separately. So obviously, the nice thing would be something like... I don't think this is good to put it in here. Because I'd really like to put this... I'd like to put it into a box and then into a roboport. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense. Which guides this a lot more. Because that means it has to be very specific design. It's just kind of future-proofing it. Like this would be the ideal setup. Because that would give me a lot more control of where, what, and why. But I'm a little bit short on space. This is about as much stupidity as we can embrace. I can embrace a little bit more stupidity. There. Oh, that didn't really do much. Yeah, okay, so even if I bring it in, I can't get it past this one anyway. And this is not a good lay, because then I have to walk on the path here, so it has to be like this, which means you here, 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 and then this is a no-go. This is the closest we can make it. Cool. Well, that's still something. And then this one here is... I mean, there should be room for it, right? This will work. The only thing is, how do I determine, or how do I prevent that this consumes all of the inputs, right? Hello, Super Sun Cop. After your sushi nightmare for the hub, could you use Signal to have a single assembler for robot? I could, but I want to... Well, that's a good point, because the quantity here is less. It's way less than one assembler, so will the robot fit sticking down into right? Maybe. Yep. Yeah, we need that's correct. We need some kind of splitter here for this one. But then it's just not very clean. Let's just do this and then go. It's a good place. You go out there, and you go here. And then, of course, these two have to be flipped. Damn it. Because... Okay. We'll do it in a different pattern. Damn. Actually, these two need to be reversed then. Which will also be easier to manage anyway. Because that makes it easier for this to go up and merge into this line. Yes. Why are we not actually making anything? No engines? No pipes? Oh, right. There we go. Could have turned the belt up as well. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we get 50-50 here. See, I'm not really sure that I like same splitter to filter the reds and merge the bottom line. What? Same splitter to merge the bottom line with red circuits for single belt. You mean like this one? Then I have to put it here. Can't see how that would work. There's the splitter I had. This one. Yeah. I mean, this one does have some kind of idea to it, right? I like this. If you filter the reds in the splitter, then you won't separate the roll frames. Yeah, that's kind of... But then I also have batteries running the other way. So I don't see why I would do anything. How is that better than what I have now? This works, and I don't see how I can make it particularly smaller than this anyway. I think it does what it's supposed to, and it doesn't pretty clean way. There's room for it here. We can even now sort of say, okay, it doesn't have to be that tightly packed towards the bottom. We can actually slide it up one, because having it all the way down is kind of iffy. And all of this. One down, and all of this. One down, not you. Then there's a little bit more breathing room around here, and it doesn't sort of conflict with anything here. I could move it one up, but I don't need to move it one up. Then it's just a matter of figuring out how to merge these lines in. And then that means I'm just getting you here, right? And this is iron and copper, and this is sulfuric acid. And then it's time for a break. Right? And then I need all the inputs down here as well. And then that one. And this is steel and copper, as always. Steel and copper just go hand in hand, it seems. This one is greens. Oh, no. No? Greens and greens. Mm-hmm. Something like this. Let's see. Into row ports. Yeah, of course. Of course I'm going to limit this, but that's kind of the finer points. First we do the full design work, and then we start tweaking the parameter controls. Otherwise I have to do that a million times. It's like putting lights in. Lights is also something we can always just fit the lights in. Cool. This looks okay. I mean, I'm not super enthused about it, but hey, we're getting there. Cool. Then I am going to take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. There we go. What about putting the roboport in an angle so your first roboport matches the city block? In an angle? Don't know what you mean. Like, if it is not here, then it's completely irrelevant where it is, because then it just has to be an extra one. So even if I put it out here, doesn't matter. It's only the corners that have any impact. In one of the corners, I don't know how I would input things into the corner from here. Like from here into that one, I don't know how I would do that. And by I don't know how to do that, I'm just telling you it's impossible, so I'm not going to do that. So, yeah. Then so I don't know if I by the time I build this, I won't have logistics, right? Let me just check the tech tree. This is flying robot frames, and then, well, batteries. It's so close, right? So I think I'll say this one is it'll be built with these in mind. Do I then connect it to the logistics network immediately? I think I do, because even if I then build this and it doesn't exist by the time I build it, who cares, right? Then it just doesn't get built. Then it's just an empty a ghost thing, and then once we build all this, then we'll get that. Okay, so that's also, I'm also going to make these two ghostlies, because they're going to need to be available as well. This one will be, and I know this is a little premature, but I really don't want to have two versions of the same blueprint here. If you see current design robot in takes space of batteries built, so we can only use robot that would be in the cross section. That built would be on the path, hence not possible. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now I have to sort of drag it out here, and maybe we'll end up doing that for some builds, but it's definitely not going to be for this one. This is perfectly fine, because then it builds this area, and then we stamp down the blueprints on the side, on the corners, and then, or at least on the corners, and then everyone's happy. I think. I don't know if I should have these here for everything. Obviously not for this one, because this is too constrained. But it could be here, but it couldn't be there. But it could be here, and it could be here. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I don't know. Because this is obviously way overkill, and I don't like that. I think the decision was I'll put it where I need it. So for example, it won't be here unless, because the inside of the block will carry the electricity. And when I then look at it, go like, oh, okay, it carries the electricity. And I might get another one up here just to sort of bridge it across, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so what are these going to be constrained as? Like this is obviously going to be constrained by how much is already in the Roboport network. That is read robot statistics. That is, oh, it's nice that they actually show this. Not available. Total, it's Y and T. So this one is when Y, Y-O-Y, less than, I don't know, 1,000. And T, I'm just saying 1,000, I don't know. 1,000 construction bots, 1,000 logistics bots, everyone's happy. There we go. And then these should be constrained by how much is in the logistics network. Which is not the same. I don't know. This is just to be able to put them um, in a rocket, send them up to space, and then send them off to another planet. From the hub to constrain robots. We could, but I don't think I want to. I think that's kind of tying things together in a little bit unfortunate way, I think. Didn't I do this already? Oh, what the hell? Oh, I undid. I did. It went crazy on the undo button. So these ones disappeared. All right. Flying robot frames don't have a value at all. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me talk. Why an X and Z for only available, not total? Because I don't want it to be available. Because when I set it up to delete 20,000 trees, I don't want it to create 20,000 robots. I want it to use its 1,000 robots I have and then get it done with those. If I want 20,000 robots, I want to decide if I should have 20,000 robots. Or if I delete 100,000 trees, I don't want it to start crafting 100,000 robots. You need extra red engines to export it well. Thank you, Moon. That was the oh no. That was the oh no. Yeah. This is the perfect place to also just make red engines. And red engines as in electric engines. But how? Where? Why? Like, this is obviously where I should build it. But I don't know how I'm going to do that. Like, this is outputting 1.5 and this is consuming nothing at all. I don't like building at two different places, but I also just have a little bit of a tough time seeing how I can squeeze it in. Like, this one is so nice, but if I put it further down, then this whole build here has to move one tile over. Because there's a conflict here. Needs to move one tile over. But then if I move it one tile over, this build can move down, and then maybe there's a little bit more space. But if for this to move one tile over, I would need to do something about this one. I mean, it could happen. It could be here. Yeah? Down there. That's the closest we can make it. There we go. There we go. That's something. To sneak out a belt under the electric engines. Well, the thing is about sneaking out a belt here is not going to help us much. Alright, I'm going to take this and just place it over here. Because I'm going to destroy this. Alright, so I don't know if this is what you meant, but there is an option for us to say, okay, this is not how it's going to be. It's simply going to be, haha, something like this. And then, I don't know, something like this. But it's not great because this doesn't share anything with this, which means I need 2 inbounds here and 1 belt inbound here, but that's a green belt, so that green belt is also needed here. Okay, so, whoops. That could be the input for greens, but not steel, which would then be inbound, inbound. All right, let's magic this up somehow. And then potentially, but also like this, because then there'll be an extra belt here. Like that, which will be the electric engines out. And then, just messed up this part. It's because of that. Yeah. And then you need to go straight in here, but it still sucks. Yeah, because I'm gonna need 1, 2 here, which is not happening. Or I need 1 up here and then, or maybe I do something like this. And then I get 1 in here and another 1 in here. Okay. Almost. Yeah, this doesn't work. There, that works. Steel. Again, with there's problems here for that one, and then I can do just get it in there just to see that it works. And this one will be greens inbound. Yeah. 60 streak. Ooh, nice. Congratulations, DH9568. Now you have 2 half belts. Yes, that one's half belt and that one's half belt. Yeah, it sucks, but there's not anything I can do about it, because previously I could do something about it, but now I can't do anything about it. That's a problem. I mean, sure, I can bring it in here and then bring it back up there. That might be like slightly less awful, but this is the problem, right? Greens end up on the path. What? Yeah, and then this one will be outbound. So I could do something like this. And then say, you know what? That's actually just coming back. Now this is feasible, but is it correct and is it good? Well, it also has the other problem that now I really like the fact that it was like this, and then then it's broken that pattern of matching, because now it's a different pattern here, which does not match anymore. And I was like, that was the whole point. I love that. Yeah, but that's because there's something before, but there's something after, and something after. So if I could just take this one after, which doesn't make any sense, so. What are we designing? The stuff you see here. This one can then go out. And then, oops, kill. Eat it. Can't the gear and some remove left? They could, but then I'd have to drag the iron all the way down here just to make the gears, and then drag the gears backwards. That kind of seems bad at best and awful at worst. I mean, this is... Am I really optimizing something for power pole placement? Well, sometimes we are. Now that works. Now it's kind of weird that this is shifted one down. Why couldn't it be further up? Then this line could be straight. That's why.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Because now that's colliding here. Hey Carter, thank you for the 17 months. And thank you Silver Cecil for 200 bits. Looks like the train has been somehow reset. This is then the outbound. Then technically we could do something like this to keep it sort of flowing that way, but it's a little bit. And what do we get from it? We get the fact that this one can now be moved one up, but like, we kind of got used to that crookedness, your crooked nature. So if we can't even get it like one more up, then what's the point? Like if I get it one more up, then at least it's aligned with this one, which I would like. Hold on, oh, you're getting the greens from the other side. Oh, okay.
Our illustrious
Yeah.
champion returns.
You could also get the greens here.
Home.
And if you're not getting the greens here, then that could be the one. Hey, Grumbo, thank you for that. How much is it? 38 months. Nice. And then we just delete the whole thing. Oops. Delete the whole thing and build it again so that we are sure that there's no junk on the belt. There we go. Ooh, thank you, Anonymous, for the 200 bits. Almost triggering a train like the old-fashioned way. That one. I could kill this and get it up here. Would that make any difference? Not really.
Welcome home.
It would make no difference at all. Lurker number 5. Thank you for the 37 months. This one can now go up here. Ah, it gets better. And that one gets killed. Sweet. Goes in here. And then This is as good as any of them. And then you... That's nicer. Now there's a neat line here. There's a neat line here. This can be straightened out. Yeah. Nice. The only thing is the power pole still not great. Could I hack it? I could probably. So what if instead of it goes here, then I'd put it here. That wouldn't really work at all. Like it is, it's moving this 2 tiles over. That would be perfect. Or 1 tile over and the other thing 1 tile over the other way. Neither is an option. I can't move this one 2 tiles, and I can't move this any tiles the other way because then it gets into problem with this part. Yeah, I think I have to give up on this idea. Alternatively, could this one be set up to use less space? What if? This is taking less space, right? Yes, 1 less space. So we could buy ourselves 1 tile, 2 tiles potentially. Horribly cursed belt weaving to achieve tiny builds. Yes, I'm not doing belt weaving. So then if I took this one and moved it 1, 2 tiles down, the question is, can we somehow free this so that I can come in and use this indent, having this corner be in here. That would be the ideal, because then I can, that would mean somehow this one gets more compacted. I don't think it can be done. I think there's too much. And why am I doing this? Just to get this one to look a little bit better? Ooh, there's some really weird crosses here. Yep, so we got a hype train started. Doesn't seem to be going much further. Require 3 tiles. The last one missing would be free line between chemical plants and assemblers. Yes, and oh yeah, there's nothing up here. But it would require more than 3. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. It requires 4. Shin, thank you so much for trying to get this trains going today. You tried 10 subs on the previous train, and now you're putting in 10 more gifts on this train. Super glorious, and hopefully you've inspired someone. Swimmer certainly looks inspired with 10 more gifts out. So I can win one. Hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Should we try it?
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army.
Let's try it and hate it afterwards.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army. A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army. A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Hmm.
A new subscriber arrives.
Funny how that triggered one at a time. AGT81, thank you for the 300 bits. And Overclock with the 23 months of Prime. Thank you. Alright, it's a level 2. Sweet. And this one? Yeah. Okay, so now we got this one.
New subscriber arrives.
One.
It fills you with determination.
Then the next one. Ah. This one.
More shall gather. More shall
1,
enter the
2,
fray.
3 have we now bought. We can clean up some of this junk afterwards. That's 3.
More shall gather. More shall enter the
1,
fray.
2, 3, 4. That's the last one, right? We thought we could get.
A kind gesture.
There. Okay, but that was actually not the intention. It was intention to keep this up here and then take this one,
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome
stay here,
home.
and then move it in. Ooh, more stuff happening. Cool. Lurker number 5. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. And Swimmer with another 10 gifts up. Super nice. Look at that. Storming through the level 2 hype train and onwards to level 3. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, I mean, yes. I feel that there should be or there could be some regular subs who have renewal subs, because since I haven't been streaming for some number of days, and then there must have been some that has expired. That's just my thought, at least. Okay. Hey, Mark with 10 more gift subs joining in as well. Look at that. Might not be going to bed early. Let me.
It fills you with determination.
Alright, so this is actually not what I wanted, because let's say I actually do this. Let's say I actually do this, then it's going to be like a giant green space in the middle. What was the point of that again? And Shen with 5 more gift subs. Not sleep till volcanoes. Nice.
It fills you with determination.
Or Brooklyn. Or someone. Yeah. Actually did not like what I was doing here.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army. A new subscriber. Come,
One
steel
space in
yourself.
between, and
We are building an army. A new subscriber.
here we go.
Steel yourself.
And Ipiros, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. Moving forward, slowly, but surely.
More shall
Yeah.
gather.
So I think that
More
this
shall
is not
enter
gonna
the
happen.
fray.
So we're gonna have to endure these power lines, and you know, maybe that's not the worst in the entire world. These power lines.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Yeah, I think this is a nice block. It doesn't need to be.
A new subscriber.
The bow,
arrives.
yeah, the goal was to move left, right, but I needed it. I needed them to sort of go up so I could slide them in. But even if I did that and slide in, then I would be compacting it everywhere just to make 4 lines of green space in the middle, which doesn't make any sense. Just give us a warning before you go to map mode so we can shield our eyes.
Subscriber. Come,
It's
steel
not bad.
yourself.
I mean, I've seen worse map,
Army.
worse overlays than this. Why are you not working? You're not working because this is not working? Why not? Ooh, more subs. Nice. Anonymous with 5 more gift subs. It's pretty bad. Well, there we go. Now it's not bad.
Subscriber.
It's really not bad. Like, no one complained about this one
We are building
when
an
we built that.
army.
That one, I think that's okay if you complain about this.
Tales of
Oh
the
no.
endeavors
Needs to fix the
proliferate.
blueprints. This one though. Nom 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 nom. That's juicy. That, not great.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
How's that powerful? There.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Yeah. That's a little bit off here. Yeah. That's just how it is. And this one's nice. This one's okay. I mean, if this is okay, then this is also okay. They're pretty much, they're the same. And Draco Falcone, thank you for the 5 gift subs. First 5 gift subs to the channel. Amazing. Look at that. We're making progress. I forgot I wanted 500 on the dot. Oh no. And now you have 501. Oh no. Now you have to go to 1000. That's the only reasonable option. Okay, so this one I can kill, and this one I can kill because they're not coming back. Pylons look fine. A perfectly grid is impossible in many cases. Yeah, it is, and it's also just a weird thing to optimize. What level for the extra time? That is level 5. So if we get to level 5, I add another extra hour to the stream, and then I'm gonna have to stay up late, and then we'll get lots more stuff done.
New subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I think this is a decent one. It's not decent. It's just that it's a little bit boring.
It fills you with
Have you planned to increase the production of plastic and sulfur? Nope, I have not. Ooh, Draco Falcone, thank you for 5 gift subs. Completing it. Anonymous gifter gifted 10 gift subs. And then with Draco Falcone completing the level 4 train. Sweet. J Bartos, thank you for the 7 months of Prime.
Steel yourself.
Almost there.
We are building an army.
I think I'm actually going to take this out. Blup. Don't need.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself.
What is the problem with moving the top half 1 tile to the left? That it gets... I mean, 1 tile, not necessarily that big of a problem. It gets a little close here for no reason. But even if I move it 1 tile, then it's still not there, right? I'm not winning anything by moving it 1 tile. Because it's 2 tiles off, so.
We are building an army.
Have anyone told you before your buildings look sexy? Yes, thank you. And Shen, thank you for 5 gift subs. Making our way 21% towards the next level. Sweet. And Draco Falcone with 500 bits. Look, you're certainly making a presence today. Yeah. Use the borders, or the path if necessary. If you do that, yeah, I'm using if necessary. Necessary is not to fix the power grid. That's not necessary. Necessary is I can't fit in all of this unless I use it. So that's necessary. This not necessary. Swimmer with the 10 gift subs. Ooh, we're 40 something on. We're 40 something percent. 44%. Almost there. Almost there-ish. Right, then what I think is the next, and a Random Max is also joining with 5 more gift subs. Thank you everyone. This is so nice to see. There's not like this one monster 50 gift subs, which I also love, but it's like 5 here, 5 there. That's so nice. And I get more hype, more times to hype.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
And every time I say something like this, I'm realizing like now I sound like I don't want 50 gift subs dumped at once. Like, of course I do. Of course I do. Everything is nice. If it's 100 single subs or it's
a new subscriber arrives.
1 time 100 subs, I like it. Swampurtle, thank you for 5 gift subs, the first 5 to the channel. Thank you. Helping us get to a bonus hour and paying the one you got from the Anonymous for all the awesome Factorio content. Thank you. Amazing. 66% and 2 minutes left. Okay. Yeah.
tales of our
So now
endeavors
the next thing we want to
proliferate.
make is that one. It's different between having... Yes, there is. It's also like... It's the same on Patreon. It's equally amazing in different ways when one person donates $100 because it's like, wow. Or if it's 20 people donating $5 because it's like, ooh, that's so many people. Of course, the 20 times 5 is less vulnerable, less whimsical, because it'll probably not all disappear in 1 month. It'll probably just gradually. Ooh, Dragon! Draco Falcone, thank you for 5 gift subs. We are missing 10 for the completion of the hype train. So I think that my most important one is here. And that's Mirage. Mirage is completing it. Thank you so much for completing the hype train. Sweet. Thank you. What a community effort. And Shen is on the leaderboard for gift subs now. And then, quiet. Not a sound will be made for 4.5 minutes. Okay, so, we really don't have a lot of green circuits. We only have 60 green circuits produced in this space, and, well, some of it goes in here. How much? Not much, actually. 1.5. Okay. A lot goes in here, but that will eventually stop. Some go in here? Not much, isn't? Well, yes, a lot will go in here when these are running. Oh, I also need to put this into boxes.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Damn. Black Mantas, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, I need to take this out somehow. It doesn't need to go back on the bus anymore because we don't need to make satellites. So there's also an option of it going the other way. And then putting it here, for example. Yeah, okay, that's silly. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Hold on. If this block... I don't know. What? Okay, maybe you guys can help guide me. So obviously, when I stamp down this block, the first thing I'm going to build is the solar panels, because I can build the solar panels relatively early, but all the other things will just be left as ghost images. And thank you, Jake. Jake Sorek, thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. So, so by the time I do that, I want this box to just put into a steel box because I don't have the logistics box at this moment. But I probably, according to how I usually play, don't build accumulators until I have batteries, and I don't build batteries until I need them for robots. And that means by that time, there's no reason for this to be a steel chest, because then, you know, I think it's actually nicer to do this, because then it's already done, even though it might be not relevant, because then, so if you stamp it down and you don't have a storage chest, because obviously you don't, then it's just going to be a ghost image. It's not like it's not going to be made, but it's just going to be a ghost, and then you just replace it with a box, and that's fine. I think that's fine. And then you can always just, when you replace it with storage chest, you can stamp down the blueprint again, and then it'll work. I think that makes sense. Yeah, because the yellow chest has more information, so you can stamp it down and then just underbuild it. Oh, look at that. 60 seconds left. Just 30,400 bits or 61 subs to complete the next level. Almost there. Ah, crap. And filter. There. This one off and here. Oh no, the hype train completed. Thank you so much everyone for the level 5 hype train and a bonus hour. Thank you so much. And that's lurker number 5 and Swimmer with the leads here. Oh, thank you. Wow. That one's done, that one's done. These are done. Nothing else good. I like this design. I liked it. The more I look at it, the more I actually like this. So here's actually another thing that I want to design now, and that is a new solar panel design, because it just dawned on me that I don't have a good solar panel design. I have this one which I hacked together, but then I was like, yeah, it's not very good. So good. Why is it bad? It just has a lot of empty space here. Well, it doesn't have a lot of empty space, but it does have empty space. Plus, the grid is this size, and it could, theoretically at least, be in this size. So I don't know if I can make it better. Solar panel chest has stack limit. Oh, thank you. It shouldn't have. Doot. So the question is there a pattern that has maximum grid size that is going to work? I don't know, because obviously this is not going to work. So I'd have to be doing something like this. And then you go like, ah, wait a minute. Then it can't really. And it has to be replicated as well. So I don't know if this is even possible. I doubt it. But if that is possible, that would be nicer. Because then it would be like, wouldn't that be awesome if we could find a grid that would be completely filling out this area here? Substations? No, substations are not going to solve it because I don't have substations. So no. So if we just think about it from the middle out, because of course you use the middle out algorithm, right? Oh, that I like this. Yeah, okay, except that there's now no space here. That's some weird hand gestures. Then you don't know the reference to middle out. Okay, and here's the problem. We're gonna look like a Tesla owner if we start doing rotational symmetry here. So let's not do be too keen on rotational symmetry. Rotational symmetry is evil. It is really unfortunate. You make like a really cool like shape that is it's symmetrical in 4 directions and it's curving, and you'll zoom out and go, ah, fuck. Yeah, so I think I've done this a million times and I haven't come up with a good non-rotational symmetry-ish build. that doesn't have dead space. Why not just progress to blue and get substations? Because that is an awful idea. These are also like higher density. You would need higher substations, and yeah, it's a bad idea. It's substations are generally later on, and that means you can't use solar panels until you have red circuits in abundance. I'm like, that sucks. Have you ever asked AI to give patterns? No, I haven't. Like, this, I don't think this is a sustainable pattern either. Like, here, like if I do this, it's awesome, but then I have this dead space here. Like, even if I then take, oh, and then the next one is, what about ratios? So if I put this, yeah, that's another thing. See, that doesn't fit either. And then I still have that dead space in the middle. Is there any way to work around that dead space that isn't rotational? Like, that's actually, hold on, that might be a good way to do that. As we then zoom out and go like, oh, that's even worse. But the problem with this is that it doesn't use the space out there. So I'm guaranteeing you that I'm gonna end up doing some unfortunate patterns, but I'm gonna be trying it and then go like, oops, let's hurry up and delete that. Now the problem is that this area is dead. And then this is dead. And then that's a dead space. And that's a dead space. This is fine. Like, it just becomes... And then again, a dead space. And dead space. And dead space. And then... Yeah. Do the solar panels and accumulators need to be in the same grid pattern? Why not have a field for each on their own and mix match ratio? I don't like that, because then I have to, when I'm building it, if you look at my previous base, then I would have people go like, oh, hold on, let me just zoom all the way out and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 27 and 16. So, okay, so the ratio is, that means I need to make 4 more of these, and then no, just no. Yeah, I think the original design is unbeatable. I agree. It would just be nice if we could find something else that was even better. And now I'm doing this way, but there is also the option of saying, okay, yeah, this is not going to happen, but maybe a smaller grid would be okay as well. So instead of this is the grid I have currently, then would this grid be worthwhile? Because it still would be higher density if we could then sort of find a way to build something in here. Because now, no matter where I place it, accumulators will always be available, right? And then see, then it doesn't work. kind of sort of forcing my way here and then say, well, it only really works if you work on these sizes, because they are the same size. Like, this is the same size, so that's always interchangeable. But that's not really working. And Nightology, thank you for the prime. This seems even worse. Maybe it does, but how do I know if I don't try it? I think, but I agree. It seems even worse. I don't know. I don't think I can beat this, but I dislike how it's so inefficient use of space. I mean, maybe it's not really that inefficient use of space if I'm looking at it. Like, how much more could I theoretically put in here? Like, yeah, sure, I could put one in here, but then I'm also getting a little bit closer to the edge, and I don't know. Maybe this is actually a good pattern. What about ratio-wise? Yeah, it's not a good ratio. Too many accumulators. Well, that's to be expected. And it would be something like this would actually help. But that just looks worse, right? Hmm. Where the hell was it? It was here? Ah. This is better, right? Hmm. Huh. Ah, it's because I'm supposed to do this. Higher density. And better ratio. So now that's 141 divided by 164. 84, 85. Yeah, much better. Thank you. It's a lot more dense, and the wasted space, if we don't count the power balls as wasted space, is much less. So I guess this is better. Yeah, the ratio, correct ratio is 81 to, it's 25. Yes, that's the ideal ratio. And ours was 141 divided by 184. Pretty good, right? Pretty good ratio. It's the Nauvis ratio. It's the Nauvis ratio hasn't changed. So I'm pretty happy about finding something. Yeah, the original ratio was 21 to 25 as is accumulators to solar panels. So you need more. I can't just hit escape. Let me just check. It is less accumulators than this. So this is actually the perfect. Couldn't you get in a few more solar panels on the edges by removing the two accumulators and placing them with solar panels? These two? Then I lose the power pole. And I really like having these 4 power poles here. And I can't replace any of the other ones. For instance, on the bottom. Like, do you mean like... Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, okay, so just... Now I could put in more, or I could even do this and then say how much more could I actually fit in here? I could fit in a few more. Yes, that's correct. In this case, that. Yes, that's actually good. That's a little bit of improvement. And does it get better ratio or worse ratio? Probably worse ratio. One, two, three. Let's see the ratio now. 37 to 68. That got worse. 137 to 168. It's overemphasizing solar panels. So this is more dense but worse ratio. And I could actually do a better ratio. 1, 2, 3. I could take those out. Then I can get even heavier focus on solar panels if I wanted to. Like this. It looks a lot better in my opinion, this part here. But then we're further off from perfect ratio. That's solvable by doing something, right? I could always just do something like this. And then we're probably more or less back to the right ratio. 140 to 168. 140 to 168. Right? It's pretty much there. You had me worried about my density, your own density, not anything else, but your density. Yeah, so now it's like one tile in the corners, in each of the corners. That's definitely better. The question is, could I find a better place that's more aesthetic than having a blob in the middle? And these kind of things in the corners are iffy. But I don't think I can do that different. No, these kind of have to be there. Why is the center accumulator not powered? Because it was nighttime. You just don't see it on this mode. Yeah, I think this is better. Is there any place other than this that would be better to put it in? So, okay, another option. We'll take this out and we'll do this here. And then basically say we have this option. No, we don't have that option. That was the whole point. We didn't have that option. So it kind of has to be in the middle. It's just that if I could... There. I'm going to just do 2 of these. And then just check the ratio now. And now it's going to be overly done. It's 49 to 64. 149 divided by 164. Yeah, way too high. So it is one tile that has to be, or one little block that has to be moved, and that's going to be the middle one then. There. That's the closest we get. Wish we got more Mark II variants of the structures. Like, I mean, you get Mark II versions in the sense that you get quality, right? That's kind of how it is. Oh, that is going to be break time for us. So, whoosh, take that. Is that going to be put in the city blocks? Yeah, it's going to be. I think we're going to replace this. This is 144 to 133. It's significantly better what we have now. So I'm going to take these 12 out. This out. Like that. Mm-hmm. Woohoo! Let's check. Yes. Perfect. Sweet. And map-wise, looks good. Did I miss one? No. No. Let's check. Where did I miss a stone block? I don't see. Oh, there we go. Ah. Fatal mistake. Yeah, it should be 800. Perfect. Thank you. And break time. Right. And then dab it down. Perfect. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh, where's my... There we go. Be back in 2. Oh, power cables. We can't have that. No, no, no. Let's fix diagonal power cables. Who did that? Blueprint. Blueprint. Yes, it does indeed. It does indeed. The audacity. Yeah. Okay. And then we update the blueprint. Let's check here. Yes. And Might as well take this out because it doesn't belong here anymore. Or never did. And yet again, we take a new power pole because we can't, or a new blueprint. Yeah. There. 800 entities, tiles, solar power, blah, blah, blah. Everything is good. Happy now? I think we are. Looks good. Good. Thank you, Mr. Pava. Much appreciated. All right, so let's move on to the next challenge. It's actually looking really neat. Like, this is funny that I've accepted that this is here, because I also think that I'm going to be accepting, well, not accepting, but I am thinking I'm going to designing it for rocket silos to be placed maybe out here, or maybe not. But the fact that this is here might be an issue. Like, I could also move this up here. Okay, because there is a point to saying no. Robots? No, okay. Yeah, there's a point to saying science should not be next to rocket silos, but should be next to the cargo landing pad. There, right? Cargo landing pad and science should be next to each other, because the majority of what we get inbound is actually going to be the science. So bloop, get in there, right? Landing pad, and then all the landing pads nearby and the storage chest, like that kind of thing should be in one tile, which means that it could be in this tile, which means that one goes up, but then it would be kind of, when you build it, there's going to be an empty tile, or I would have to sort of get these two lines past here just to go up to the next line. That's also an option. But I do feel that we need 3 tiles, right? But there could also be a use for the top tile, right? There could be like 1, 2, 3 blocks left, and then reserve these two for, I don't know, nuclear power, solar panels, whatever, trains, stuff you want to get in. Rocket silo landing pad labs should be in adjacent tiles for less robot and build transport time. Rocket silo is not connected to landing pad and science. Landing pads and silos connected. Hub and rockets are connected. That's what I would say. So I'd like to have the rockets next to my hub, because the majority of what I'm exporting is actually coming from the hub and these things up here, like this and these things here. So do I want that to be next to the hub? Yeah, I'd like to, but I don't know. The red circuit I did, yes. It's less what I did and more what Niet did. I built something that was room for 3 builds, and then Niet had something where it was room for 4, and it was like, how? Oh, right, there are half belts. So 3 half belts inbound and 1 half belt outbound. That means that we can make do with just 2 belts inbound. And then we just started hacking away at it and turned it into this. My thoughts were landing pads with lots of chests will contain some stuff. Most of the time that robots will pick up the rocket delivery when trash stuff increases. Yeah. A blueprint for the silo? I don't have a blueprint for the silo. We haven't built that yet. But that needs to be fed from the bus, because it needs to have a constant supply of the stuff we're building here. I think these 3 things should be built in one block. Maybe even together with that, but maybe not. Okay, so we have 60 green signs green circuits per second. That's all we have. So no beacons. We could assume modules, but I don't think I want to assume modules for anything here. Oh, can I show you the blueprints you have from? Oh, you wanted to show. All right. Yeah. So basically, if you want to share some designs you've made, then share them in stream chat and tag me, or in the blueprints, and then tag me during the stream. Then I might look at it. Mhm. Oh, that's your design work. Yeah, I don't want to look at that because I want to design it myself. I don't want to look at something up before getting designing stuff myself. But it looked. I just glanced, looked nice. I don't want to look any further because I don't want to accidentally get inspired and design stuff that you have already designed. So I want to build my own thing, and then when I come up with something, and then I want to do my own thing first, and then I might see something better afterwards and then go like, ah, yeah, that's a good improvement, and then scrap it and start over. That's kind of how it works. See. Okay, so let's see. How much is one of these consuming? 1.5. So what seems to be a good number? Yeah. Not even 1 per second, and it's consuming 18. I think we want to consume a full belt. There. That seems like a good design parameter to say. Right, let's consume a full green belt. Boom, done. All right. So my thought is, I'm gonna get inbound. It's not very high quantity, and I could do this. Maybe. Yeah, that's an option. In that case, I'm just getting the blue circuits out on the wrong side. The point of this is I save one tile, but honestly, how valuable is saving one tile? Not right now. So let's not do that. Let's do something that looks nicer. Power in the gap. So we can always just, that was, power is not the issue here. This was just basically proof of concepting to see if it's viable or if not. But I don't like it since I don't need to save those tiles. So what I do want, what I'm thinking I want, is what if we did something like this? So I get green in and I get red in here.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Illustrious champion even. Diamond, thank you for the 30 months. There, right? And then they both grab, and export, right? It's as simple as it can be. This. Then it needs to be like a line on the outside here. And now it's actually a very uncompact build. Uncompact? Shut up. It does have spatial beacons now. Yeah, but no, not really. Then I'd have to move it a little bit to get room for beacons. Why is this one seeming like it's consuming more than a belt here? Shouldn't these be getting all the way down? Or maybe it's just that it takes a while for them. Yeah, it's just internal buffer stuff. And how much is this actually doing? 1.5. Kind of miserable, but hey, it's going to be miserable again. This is a really nice build. Like, plain, simple, easy, no hassle, no nothing. It's just one simple blue circuit build coming up. Yep. All right, we're going to be pocketing this one and then moving on to the next and just seeing if this is, if we like it or we don't like it when you get on. Oh, right, by the way, no power. I need to stop doing this. I need to remember the power. I do have substations at this point, but I kind of like these more. Eh, it's fine. I love that the simple power pole, the most simple power pole just fits perfectly with the grid. I didn't even, I tried to find a way that power poles fit, but I couldn't find something that worked. And then it just turns out that the simplest power poles for, in a max distance works perfectly. If you make it a tight around the corner here, which I absolutely want anyway. Anyway, that's LDS. Do I want LDS or rocket fuel first? I think I want LDS first because rocket fuel, I need that for... I don't need it until I need to build rockets. While LDS, I probably need that before. Maybe. Cool. So again, we have to figure out the scaling of this. Okay, so it's one... yeah, one red circuit or one copper for each. And this is 11, 10, 20. This consumes 20 per second and produces 1 per second. This is not enough. It needs to be at least like this, because then it's 1.5 and this is 1.5. They're going to be used in somewhat the same ratios. So that is better. But I don't think this can be done in... No, it's too big. Or is it? A few yellow signs out to increase bot speed. Yeah, but that's not what I'm going to do. Do you have enough steel? It's not particularly a lot of steel here. 3 steel per second. I mean, I don't know how much I actually have, but not much, I guess. 15. Yeah. So yes. So it's not the steel. Plastic, 7.5 plastic. I don't think that's going to be the issue either. Do you need 1.5 into second? What? And some craft. The thing is, it's actually not some craft. It's pretty much everything you need to craft once you start making spaceships. And this one is 20, 20, and this one 20 as well. So it's using quite a lot, and it's actually using more than the blue circuits. Oh, hold on. Maybe we also need to just over here, just for my own sake, just mark this. This is space science. So this might actually be something we want to also cater for. I think actually I do. I think I want to make these tier 2s as well. Let's keep it in mind at least. Yeah. Realize that, but it is slow in the beginning and setting all this up without grabbing the first 2 robot speeds. That's... yeah. Priapus, I think you have a really good point. I don't think that's something I want to do, but I can definitely understand why you'd want to do that. And if we look at this, we have the flying robot frames, we have the processing unit, we have the low density structures. There is an argument for saying, okay, you know what? When we get to space and get this one, then we just make a simple one that just makes 150 or 300 of these. I don't know how much we need. And go like, yeah, there we go. We got it. This is the one we want. Where is it? Ugh. It's probably easier to see here. That one's 150, and that one's 250, and then it goes up and becomes unreasonable. So this is something I would say leave that at the discretion. This is where I would say that when I make the base in a book series, eventually, then that might be something where I would sort of say, hey, here's the framework, but at this point, let's just put down a little assembler, have this do stuff while we design spaceships. And then, oh yeah, we happen to have enough. Let's just throw it in and get those 2 techs done. And then you can go like, yeah, but what about the beacons then? You could also get beacons. Beacons are nice, right? Beacons are really nice. You should get beacons. And then why not get and assemblers? They're also really nice. Are beacons not? Oh, there we go. Beacons are here. That's only 75. That's so cheap. But that's the interpretation. I would say that's for you to decide. I'll definitely say that it's a viable variation. All right. So how would I do this? This does not look good. Isn't it kind of the same pattern as this, to be honest? Ah, but I need this gimmicky thing here in front, which I don't have. But I could do it in another way. I could do this. Ta-da! That would be steel and... Ah, wait a minute. I'm missing one input, so never mind. Yeah, so this is not it, actually. Then 3 ingredients is this pattern. Especially since they're not actually... Yeah. And let's try and see if I can figure this out. Obviously the other one. But the problem with this is consuming more than half a belt, so this does not work. Yeah. You're back to Factorio? Was I ever away? The station needs to be designed since you don't have assembler 3 nor bullet damage. Yes. We're going to be doing a new design for basic spaceship. Yeah, so this is no good. This I thought you were streaming some other game mainly in the meantime. What meantime? Meantime until what? I have never stopped playing Factorio. I mean, since Space Age came out, I have not stopped playing Factorio. So, I don't know. So it must be no worries. I'm just kind of trying to understand what you mean. All right, so this is not a viable solution. Yeah, the problem with building on the outside is that it takes a lot of space, because then it takes 2 tiles on top and 2 tiles on the bottom. That's why we want to get things into the middle if at all possible, because then it takes up less space. So this one, sorry, no can do, not good enough. We're gonna have to do another design of this. What would that look like? I don't know. Let's try again. So I would need 2 lanes inbound, but that could also be 1, 2, for example. So that could be, the middle one could be the copper inbound, and that could be this one. No, it's still not enough. And this one has to go 1 up then. Like in. And then there'll be like, this is then the outbound. See, I don't like that. That's kind of wasteful. Because then I'm using 2 belts for something that I only should need 1 belt. Yeah. Then it makes sense to have copper out on these 2 belts. I need 1 full belt for copper and 1 combined belt for stone. Sorry. Yeah, 1 combined belt for steel and plastic. And then I need half a belt for outbound. So I need 2.5 belt in total. So I should definitely not make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 belts. I can make do with 3 belts. 1 inbound for plastic, One inbound for copper and one inbound for the 2 other ingredients and 1 outbound. That's the 3 I need. No more. Yes. So let's make it work with 3. That means the middle one will be the outbound. Good. So you're going to be outbound here. Then I'm going to have to... I guess it's like this and then like this. No, that's... Yeah, these 2 have to get closer and these have to get closer. Yes. There. And then in. Out, 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 out. No. Out, 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 out. Yes. Because then they're going to be opposite. The blue are going to be opposite the longest ones. That's the one. Cool. And this one flips direction to be outbound. And then lights and power. No way, that doesn't make any sense. That's 28. Ah, right, okay. 30. Or maybe I just say like this. That is not exactly as much as I need, but it's still close enough. Yes. Power poles. 6x. Fine. Will long insiders be enough? It's only 1 per second. This one, it just needs 1 per second inbound, these ones. So yes, they will be fast enough. And this one will make slightly less than 1.5 and use slightly less than a full belt. Kill. Get this one in here. A little bit of space. And the last one we need is the... let's see. Rocket fuel, which is a little bit more complicated, I think. Are these aligned? No. They are like this. This is aligned, right? Yes, perfect. That's what we need. That's a good way. And then... and double it. Well... to make all the signs beaconable when you unlock the tech. Nope. It would not be nice. First of all, it would be a gigantic waste of time. Because then every single design would be awful until I have beacons. And when do I get beacons? When I leave the planet. What happens when I leave the planet? I am on Volcanus, where everything is better and cheaper and more awesome. Gonna replace with EM plants. Yeah, and if I wanted to do something, so I will not come back and fix this. I will not change these into forges. I will not change this into, I don't know, whatever, the weird cloud plant. I will not change these to EM plants. These will continue to work like this because it's much better to build it somewhere else. So I'll just be letting this one run, launch it through rockets. The time it takes to come back and fix this is not worth it. Because then you fix this and change it to some EM plants and then go like, oh, now it's consuming 150, but I don't have 150. Oh, then I just need to upgrade this one to replace this with EM plants. All right, cool. Oh shit! Now I need 300 copper and 200 iron. Oh, then I need to fix all this. Oh, forges everywhere. And I go like, yeah, what did you just do? You just wasted a lot of space, a lot of time to fix your base on Nauvis, which is done. It's wasted. This is about having a base on Nauvis that will get us to space easily, simply, neatly, and then we'll just continue to chug along and build a little bit of the stuff that we need on for building up our Volcanus base. But Volcanus will be our primary base. That's why I'm saying no. That's like one tile missing. I think this could be redesigned so that I use the space in between. Let's do that. Because it could be done. Blah. Yeah. Yeah. There's no way. Ooh, now they don't even reach each other. Well, they do when I put one here. But there's no lights now. Is it possible to run the red circuits on the blue circuit output line and have the assemblers share a full belt of greens? Yes, it is possible. But then the blue circuits end up at the end of the belt, and then still have to get it back, which means I'm not really saving anything because then I save one line, but then I still have to get the blue circuits back on the bus. So yeah. Actually, power poles in here would be pretty cool, actually. Huh. Let's just toy with that idea. I don't think this fits. This is not powered yet. There we go. That's neat. are bound with undergrounds to place a power connector lamp. I mean, even if you typed it in time, I would have not read it in time. But hey, it's just good to know that simple minds think alike. And guess so do great minds. Then the only thing we're missing is, well, the connection between the two lines here, which is not really a big deal because that can be done anywhere. But this definitely saves space at the expense of, well, space in another dimension. Space in another dimension. There. Get that one. Like this. This is what we... Oh. Yes, 1.5. Good. And then that's connected. It's brilliant. Oh, not connected. Oops. Hmm. There we go. For rocket fuel, you could have a continuous line of chemical plants with assemblers on top and bottom. Ooh, sexy. Thank you, Caloeater. Did you also, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I did put here, boop, created by Macchio and Caloeater. That thing. Monstrosity. For anyone who wants to play with it and test it. Yeah, let's see. Let's try that. But this has been fixed, and then it generates or allows us to get a little bit more space. So now at least if we don't do anything different, it still has like a breathing room, like one space breathing room, one space breathing room. That's how I prefer things. And I think this is actually a really beautiful design. The funny thing is, it's actually ready for beacons. Unintentionally, but it is ready for beacons right there. Bloop, right there. And it'll even be perfectly placed beacons because they'll reach 4 each. Psh, damn. I'll just say that that's intended. Because that might be one of those that you're desperate and want more beacons. But as soon as you put a beacon in, then psh, it'll break everything else. Yeah. Okay. This one. There was a suggestion. Can we make it in a way that does something like this? I'm just imagining that it'll be... This would be ideal, I think. Except there's no room for power poles up here, so... Or it could be even bigger difference between the... No, it can't be that close. Oh, it can't be this close. There's still a tile here. I mean, I think this is compact. It's not pretty, but... So Volcanus should be the new main base after Nauvis. Never even thought about moving the main bases. Yes, it is. Not the tangle wise. Yeah, funny how I... Well, this is tight, but also a little bit too tight because now I don't have a way to power it up here. But this is nice. There's an extra pipe. Where's there an extra pipe? It has to be connected to the next line. Output. Yes. Output. Yeah, the outputs are on the outside, which is like this is super crisp, and then I just waste 2 lines here. Ugh. Ugh. So I'm gonna be opening this one up, giving it a little bit more room to breathe, maybe even more room to breathe on this side as well, just to see if it's possible to get it. No. I'm not sure I like this. If you rotate machines degrees, yeah, then sure, but then it doesn't tile. It doesn't tile in the way that I wanted it to tile, at least. Then what? Then I'd have to do like this, and then what am I doing here? And it still has to connect to the next one. Did we get a bonus hour? Yes, we did get a bonus hour. When? After the first 4 normal hours. I mean, I want to explore this because it's interesting. I'm not sure, even if it seems like a dead end, then sometimes suddenly there's something, right? And like, for example, this is also an option, right? Because then that's actually balanced side by side. So then this might be something interesting. Wrong stuff out. Yeah, wrong stuff out. But the principle should still be the same, right? Wrong stuff out. No, it won't work then. It feels like I could use the space here in the middle for something, but I don't think so. Because I also need to link this. You could use 2 belts out and merge them in the middle. Yes, but if I use 2 belts out, I'm very likely to be using more space than I need. This is about space conserving. Right? This is perfectly fine. It just takes a lot of space. So the question is, could I make something more dense? And if so, like, there's another way of looking at it, and that's... Actually, I'm getting really tired of this. There we go. Just don't care about the power poles just yet. See, all of this is nice. And now there's a random hype train. How many do I need in total? Actually, I have no clue. This is 1.2, so... Thinking maybe 28 of those. Which is 4, so 7 times this. Which is also fine. So this is good, except I don't have any output. The good news about this is I should be making it like that. And then I still don't have any... Well, I have the outputs here. But I can't do the same thing on the other side because this has to be getting the power from somewhere. Okay, so if you were going to get one more tile, would that do anything? No. Because this one is still in the way. Actually, maybe like this. Power! Yes. Power to the people. No power to the people. It works better when I just use... Can I just use these? Power. Yeah, so we come back to the issue of power. But this works fine. And then this doesn't work at all. Actually, this is an option. And then that's also an option, right? Maybe we're onto something here. Oh, that's funny. Why is it... Oh, because it's further down. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Then you're going to be put here, and then this is going to be the output. Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, crap. I don't have the power. I can't connect it. No! Pipes don't connect. No, pipes don't connect. Damn, it was so close. Anyway, I need to take a break. Damn. Right, break time. And I will be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll figure out some kind of solution to this. Either one way or the other. Right, we're back. Welcome back. All right, so this was a good idea. It just didn't work. An underground just north of the red inserter. Huh? Yeah. Blueprint ideas. You can share them in Discord and then tag me and then say that there's something. You have 2 outputs? I know I have 2 outputs, yes, and I mean... Where power pole is currently. Oops, that one. I don't see what is it you want us to do. Like, there's no way that I can... Like, my issue is that this block is not connected to that block. So, like here? Ah, okay. Now I get it. Maybe sort of saying like, that? Just doesn't work. It's the oil inbound. And even if I could build something like this, then it wouldn't be sustainable because I can't move it any further there. So I don't think this can be done. So there's an intuitive feel to it that says no. It's too packed. There's just not enough tiles available to do anything neat here. If you have the space, you will have the space if you move the top assembler 1 up. Yeah, maybe. That's the most likely place that I could do something. This one 1 up. What would that imply? That would be, this would still be the same. Oops. These would just be moved. Yeah. Because if I was like this, it would be fine. But here, then I don't really... Okay, actually like this. Like that, maybe? Is that working? Let's try it. I can't figure out if this is working or not, but when we get over here and it gets powered, then maybe it works, or maybe it doesn't. Yeah? Not pretty, but it works. I mean, I think it's pretty. It's also dense, but does it really work? Maybe it does. Let's test it. Oh, neat that it goes and then up and then down. This is also something that almost every other factory game that has inserters doesn't do this correctly. Factorio circles or cycles through all inserters attached to the same entity. Yes, fucking please. Almost every single other one is like, oh, this one is first, so I just do this one all the time. And this is like The fact that it auto balances. Oh yeah, where's the other belt going? The other belt is going down here just to turn around. It'll go down here, and then it'll go turn, and go in here. Boop, boop. And this is outputting on the bottom side, which will there, right? I love it. Just completely quiet suddenly. Nah, this is better. I'd rather have this one a little bit touching the edge and this one not touching the edge. Oh yeah, this is also, yeah, you're right. This is, now this is actually only one-sided belt because they're all outputting on the top. Yeah, there's no way I can get it to push out on the right side. It's just that this one is kind of awkward because if I put it here, then it... I guess I could... do that and then kill this part here. And then flip the other things around. And again, I don't like the fact that they're still not one tile. And if I merge this one up like that or something, then it won't work. Also, why are we not getting anything inbound? Try zigzagging your 3 set machines vertical up and down. Then you could do outward on the edge. I don't understand that. I don't understand how I would be able to make it more compact than this. Can I move all of it up? No. I guess I can kind of think about it like this. Would it be an option to do this and go 1, 2, 3? Would that work? I guess it would. Yeah, I have to get this through here. I'm just kind of thinking, what's the difference between the top and the bottom? Like, they're doing equally much, both of them, but somehow this one is able to go all the way through. Why is this one not able to just do the same thing? Oh, because there's an extra output here. That's why. Yeah. And that output just doesn't match any of the locations here, and it couldn't match any of the locations. That's why. So there is a asymmetry between top and bottom, and this one is having one extra output, and this one is then, because it doesn't have to have that output, can circle through. But this will be looking better with power poles. It doesn't do anything else, except sort of maybe make it easier for the outputs here. Maybe that's just the least bad option. of just having one of the power poles just a little bit off. The reason why I didn't want this is because this is supposed to be here. And if I do that, then that goes here. And then there's no longer any room for it. And then I was thinking, okay, then I just merge you up there. Fine. But that doesn't work because this is on the outside and this is on the top side. So they would need to put into a merger before they would actually work, and so on and so forth. That's why I was thinking, okay, just pull it back and around, but then we have the issue down here as well. Just check something. It's repeatable, so I can take one out and put it on the other side, and it'll still be exactly the same. Which means that that would be a much nicer way of getting things out on. There we go. I think that's it. Yes! Finally! Finally he gets it. And it's just better in every single way because grid is nicer and it fits nicer. Look at that. It was worth putting in the effort. This is what we do. Can you get a naively built version? Yeah, this is the naively built version of it. How many we have? 14? 10? There. That's what I usually did. And now we have Kronk. So just to make it more compact, I don't see how it could be more compact. Like, last message. What matter? You can move one space left for space on right side. Yes, that's true. That's true. But this is not where I'm going to build it. But I'm happy with it, and I'm going to be jumping it over here. That one. That we also mean that we can... well, actually, this has to be up here. Yes, this I like this. And then these have to go, right? I need to have them connected to all corners always. Like all four corners should be connected in here. That seems like a reasonable assertion here, right? There's a line, there's a zigzag, and there's a square. Okay. And this one is not necessary. Why? Oh, not necessary. Cool. I like not necessary. And the quantities here also seem really nice. 1.5, 1.4, 1.4. That seems like that's what we want to build. Leftmost power pole not needed. That's the one we just deleted. Yeah. It doesn't look so nice. That doesn't look nice either. I just like it to be more connected, both front and back, but maybe that's kind of irrelevant. Let's screw that. Don't need. Yeah. Okay. Right, so that is, I think those are really nice quantities we have here. Then the only thing actually remaining is that, okay, I think we now have to make some choices about locations, because this thing here is the odd one out because it's placed out here. This one could very easily be connected to the to some logistic storage chest, like general ones. It could be combined with a landing pad plus some cargo base next to it, and then from there routed into these lines here to get the next 4 sciences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sciences. That's definitely not necessary. But whatever. We have it here until we get to Clever. It's prepared for that. Landing pad next to science. Yes, that's also what I'm thinking. But then I don't think science should be here. Then I think science should be here. Or even this one. And then move you up. Because what are we going to build first? Like, the idea is that once we build like a smelting, then we start making the hub. Then after we build the hub, we're going to make the red and green signs. Cool. And then the red and green signs have to go into some science, which would then be here. So that we have, like, each of the block gets started on, like, okay, we built a little bit of the green circuit, we built a little bit of copper, a little bit of iron, a little bit of green circuits, build a little bit of the hub, build a little bit of the red and green, build the science. Good. Now we get rolling, get all the science going. Then I start working on getting some stone inbound, stone bricks, concrete. Again, then we can start working on the military science, lead it into the science depot. Then we get oil product build, we get the oils, we get some of the red build, and then we get the rest of the science, the blue science, and then we build this part. Sure, you might, this part, which would then be all the way up here, which is fine because, hey, red circuits go up there. This is after, this one is generally after red circuits, with the exception of solar panels. And sure, that means we might need to build like the first bits with solar panels down here. And that means this block I'm looking at would then be up here. And then would complete the bus. And everything else is solar panels. Because I don't really like having stuff in here. And I know someone has been asking, like, hey, where you get the coal in down? Down here somewhere. Wherever you want. Either get it by belt or get it by trains, whatever. But you get it here. And whether you're going to get it in by trains or by belts, I don't know. But it's here's the option of adding trains to the side. Do you have enough oil to produce both the petrol for all the plastic and the light oil for rockets? No. But there's no way of getting that. And then for the plastic goes into red circuits and LDS. And then you can say, like, okay, what about, yeah, okay, what about red circuits? What do you need really red circuits for? Red circuits are for sort of base infrastructure and blue science. But aside from that, we don't really need a lot of red circuits. We do. We always need more red circuits, and it's super slow. The thing is, this is a This is a starter base, and it's not built everything at ratio, but it's kind of, I'm looking at the ratios and kind of like, yeah, it's kind of okay. So yeah, these smaller blocks feel so much more flexible than the last generation for robots. Yes, that's also the intention. It fits much better with the space age and sort of the smaller design or smaller footprint. Also because the starting area is free of cliffs. And if I wanted to make this thing here with my normal city blocks, I would not be able to do that within, or I would have to be very careful about choosing a seed that doesn't have any starter. It has a really good starting area, like vertical starting area with the cliffs. But since I'm making smaller blocks, it's much more likely that you can find it and squeeze this in from the beginning. Volcano's cliffs will be a challenge too. I don't think so, because my intention with Volcano's is that I'll stamp down one block, and that block will sort of be the landing pad, some storage chests, some initial inserters, and then the production to get going. And the first thing we do is get a little bit of the science going and a little bit of cliff explosives, and then we'll just explode everything away. So cliff explosives is the first thing we research on Volcanos. Cliff explosives. So we'll need to get all the way through here and then go in and get cliff explosives, which is the first 500 of those we want. Yes, it's the first. Yeah, the forge we get that before anyway. So none of the other things are remotely interesting. This one, turbo transfer belts are, but at this point, by the time we land here, we don't need the turbo belts yet. So yeah, so it's going to be like, I want that to be like one block, and you land, and then you sort of have this block, and you go like, there, this is where it is. In the end, will you build spaceships from Volcanos or Nauvis? From Nauvis, because Volcanos will get them destroyed while they're getting built. So you need to have defenses on Volcanos, and it's just annoying to build spaceships while you have to defend them. So, honestly, repair packs are enough. Oh, okay, wow. I built everything on Volcanos. Okay, sure. Yeah, maybe. Well, I guess that's a good point, and it's worth considering, because if you go like, okay, then launch a rocket full of repair packs, and then you don't have to worry about it, then that's much better than taking everything we want for a spaceship and building it on Volcanus, sending it to Nauvis, launching it on Nauvis, building a spaceship, and then start flying out. So yeah, if it's that simple, sure, it's definitely an option. Okay, so what do we think about the idea of moving this up and then moving this science pack in here? I'm gonna go with a yes. That's exactly what we want. Thank you for your input. How much is the LDS? The tile up to make it cleaner. One tile up to make it cleaner. Ah, yeah, that's true. So, perfect. There you go. Yep, that's the Roboport coverage. Not powered, but still. Do you think it's even worth going big into blue belts anymore? Nope, blue belts don't serve any purpose at all. I don't build blue belts here, and I'm never going to build blue belts except as a prerequisite to green belts. Blue belts are completely useless. So, yeah, that's it. I realized that on my first playthrough, and it was like, oh yeah, never going to do that. Okay, so we have 2 tiles to design here. And is the plan to rush legendary quality? No, there is no way you can rush legendary quality. Yeah, for curse storage and belt reading. Well, that is the curse storage. All right, so the next thing is this a good design for science? Science build? I don't think you're in the right... Oh yeah, you're in the right spot. It's just that one has to go here. Yeah. I dislike shoveling from 1 to 1 in a lot, so I want to try to avoid that. This can go up here, and this can go down here. And then I'm missing one more. Why not move the labs to a central location and make a secondary science only bus that funnels all science to one location? What do you mean central location? What is more central than right there? I think you're mistaking the scope of this base. This base is blue science only. That's it. And then this base will never do anything more than blue science. It might receive some more of the various science from the first couple of bases. But as soon as you get to Gleba and you research Biolab, all this goes out the window. It has to be redesigned. So, let's see. We have 4 science here. So we have yellow and purple coming in, and we have space science. And then we have the volcano science. That's 4, that's 2 full belts. And then if we also get Fulgora science, then we need the 3rd belt. And then Gleba science, that's the 4th belt. That's the 3rd belt. So we do need one more belt, and that means this is not great. However, now that I think about it, why is it even going this way? Why is it not like this? Wouldn't that just be so much easier? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's still going to have the same problem. That these 2 are going to be here, and then I'd have to get that one down here, for example. Put it on the left and the cap on the right. Are you also receiving purple and yellow packs? Yes, I am. Those will be made on Volcanus. Much simpler to make them. Much simpler to make anything on Volcanus. So we'll make anything that we'll only make what we absolutely have to on Nauvis or anything else. Anything that we want to make is going to be made on Volcanus, or anything that can be made on Volcanus is going to be made on Volcanus. Are there any exceptions? Maybe modules. Can you not just do science on Volcanus? Yes, you're absolutely correct. And I think I might do that as well. I haven't decided yet, but I think that's better. Because I'm going to have to build it on Volcanus anyway. And if we think about it sort of longer term, then I'll have a block, one city block, that says this is going to make red science. And right now it might make 60 red science per second, or it might make 20 red science per second. Later on, I'm going to scrap this block and rebuild it again at 60 science per second. Then I'm going to scrap it and rebuild it at 240 science per second. Then I'm going to scrap it and rebuild it at legendary, I don't know, whatever, right? So it'll be like this block is reserved for that thing. And therefore it might start out by just not really using the space and just having some assemblers here and there, and then later on be making something better, right? And then I think I want whatever. I'd like to have trains for stuff that we need. Well, okay, hold on. For Volcanus, calcite could go on trains, but it's so low quantity, so it just goes by robots. Okay. Coal could be on trains, but honestly, trains are so bad that if I need coal, then just build the city block where near the coal. And in two directions with filters and sorters. Yeah, I know I can, but I don't like it because it can only filter 5 one way, and we have more than 5. So I'd need to sort of get 5 one way and 5 the other way. But like, yeah. If you move labs to Volcanus, these labs should really only need red, green, blue, military, and space. Yes. Potentially also like a little bit of, no, definitely also a little bit of Volcanus space. What is it called? I can't remember. Metallurgical science. Because I need to unlock cliff explosives to get more build space on Volcanus. And I have to unlock that with science, and therefore I need to get the science going here. Right? All these are just unlocking randomly, and then the first 500 I need to build that, which means these things are already ready back on Nauvis, so I need to bring 500 back, which is easy. It happens pretty quickly that we build this. So we're building a ship back with some metallurgic science, maybe 10,000 or whatever has been built. And then we just start sort of like, yep, ding, 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 ding. Everything is researched. And then we just pour it into LDS, for example, or something like that. Because you really don't need a lot of science here. If you look at it like cliff explosives, it's nice, but it's not must have in the beginning. These 500, oh yes, absolutely. This one, yes, 500, sure. This one, another 500, so we're up to 150 or 1,500. This one is whatever when we need it. This one we can't do anyway. This one, yep, that's 2,000. That's a little bit expensive, and it's not super critical, but it's nice to have. And this one is an absolute must-have. So there's 2,000 must-have. So basically, when we research 2,000 of these, we bring 2,000 back, and then we get cliff explosives, asteroid reprocessing, coal liquefaction, and turbo belts. Those are must-haves. Research that on Nauvis. Then after that, we then have cliff explosives, and we can then sort of get some space, start making some science blocks and that kind of thing. then I don't see the benefit of doing science on volcanoes temporarily. It's because it's not going to be in the beginning. Launching or in the beginning, launching things to space is actually a constraining factor. It feels kind of expensive, and that expense we have to consider that. So if I'm now decide to make all the science on volcanoes, then I need to launch red, green, military, blue, yellow, purple, metallurgic science, 7 different sciences, launch it, fly it on a dedicated spaceship back to Nauvis to drop it off. I might have, okay, DSP, thank you. Stream. Yeah, I mean, it's not much different from what I'm doing because the point was that I could easily make it happen as long as I used the tile closest to the tile, or closest to the, as long as I used this one, it's easy to make it happen. But if I don't use this one, I couldn't really make it happen with all of this, and it's looked like the same. I never found rockets to be so expensive for that. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just making a big deal out of it. Actually, now that I think of it, science has to go to Nauvis, and I'll explain. If I'm keeping it on Volcanus, then I might have if I rebuild military science on Volcanus, then I'm going to build it next to a coal deposit because I'm going to need a lot of coal for grenades. So I'm building it here. And then I make the green circuit, the green science and the red science, the blue science near some sulfur or some oil or whatever. And then like, oh yeah, now I actually need everything to come together. That means I need to either robots, trains, or just send it into space and then it'll drop down right here. So that, to me, just makes the convenience of, oh yeah, if I can build it anywhere on Volcanus, not care about logistics, which is the beautiful part, the most beautiful part about Volcanus is that you don't care about it. You don't have to bring anything in because you just need lava and sorry, calcite, and then you have basically anything you want. And then instead, I would then sort of have to get the logistics. Yeah, so I completely skip the logistics. Can you build them in science? No, you cannot. Where does it say? No, it doesn't say. I don't know. You could, maybe. When you send produced ammo or rockets, yeah. All right, Fenrir asking, with the addition of trains and more stuff to Captain Industry coming up, will you be making a new series to upload on YouTube? Yes, I will. Absolutely. Board speed is going to be a chore on Volcano start. Well, that's the part we think we have. We might make a single assembler here. Whoop. Make yellow signs. Done. Request inbound. Done. So the beautiful part about Volcanus is that you, to almost exclusively, you can completely ignore inbound logistics, which is insanely powerful. Only thing you need is you need to just launch into space. So if I wanted to make science on Volcanus, then I would suddenly have to care about that, and I don't want to. So it's been decided, science on Nauvis, up to and including Gleba. Did they ever fix inserting blueprints, blue circuits into rockets? No, that's not fixed. It's a feature. So I think we have to unlock some research, begrudgingly, I guess. No, actually not really a problem. It's a landing pad here. This is really bad. So this is the next question is I have not even done any kind of calculation on this, so I have no idea what the rate is. This is 2.4 speed. Okay, so let me try to see if I can calculate what this means. In most research is, some research is 60 and some research is, let's say that stuff is, I don't know. Can I say mainly 30 or 60? So I can't really say anything. Let's say 60 seconds. All right. So if something is 60 seconds, that means how many does each one use per 60 seconds or per second? It uses 1 divided by 60. It uses this multiplied by 2.4. That's how many science packs it uses per second. Multiplied by 70 times 70. That means it's 2.8 per second with this build. And we are now producing. So there's no reason to make it this big. Right? 1 divided by 60. Multiply by the crafting speed or the science speed. Multiply by by 42 now. That's pretty good. Good. That's good because that's a much more reasonable number. Instead remove one row to make belt space. Oh yeah, that's true as well. And let's get some greens here. How many do I want of each? I need 2 belts up here and I need 1 belt down here. 1 belt should be like this. That's 1 belt. Yeah. That could be actually be moved 1 or 2 over, right? That's pretty good, right? And then we'll have some... Ah, the last one is not made. It doesn't make it there. There you go. Yes, I do. Yep, there you go. Good spot. Considering the amount of Factorio-like games out there, which one would you consider the most friendly to introduce this genre to a friend who's interested but has no experience in logistics games? Satisfactory. Yes, definitely Satisfactory. It is. You can't do anything wrong in Satisfactory. I mean, you can do a lot of things wrong in Satisfactory, but you can't get yourself into a unrecoverable situation in Satisfactory. Like the worst thing you could get is just it's slow. It's never not gonna work. So as long as you have something, then it'll just be too slow to really progress properly. But it will never be sort of it won't be like, oh no, I'm out of materials and biters are killing me. Yeah, there's no death spiral. Captain Industry is lots of death spirals. Dyson Sphere program not really a death spiral, but you can run out of materials. What is this? Why? I'm getting really worried here. Why is this so weird? Why is it overlapping by 3? What the hell's wrong with this? What's wrong here? Have I made like a fundamental mistake so everything has to be redone? Because trains... Yeah, it's on the rail grid. I know, but I do have the rail grid figured out because the rail grid is like this, which was a deliberate choice instead of having it. So yeah, I think it's because I did design the rail grid like this because I wanted to be able to get it. It's that big. That's the biggest decision we actually have. Let's look at the rails. Yeah. Well, that's not an intersection. Sure. All right, never mind. I don't know what I'm doing. I just kind of wanted to make a silly intersection of uselessness. There we go. Reddit ready. There we go. This is Reddit ready. Hmm. But that unfortunately also means that this one is going to be weird. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to be perfectly able to be placed in the middle. And that's like, okay, good. So it can be placed in the middle. That's my argument. It can't be placed in the corner, but why would you want to place it in the corner? It can be placed here, but it can be placed in the middle. So you gotta make some choices. Like, do you want it in the middle, or do you want it to get it on the grid here? And then since this is never gonna happen, it's much more valuable to be able to put it in the middle. Ah, this one correctly. I think this one just There we go. And then there we go. Done. It works. Not well, but it works. Please don't copy it. Right. I don't know how many of these blocks I need. They are something we needed later on. I didn't really need in the beginning. Break. Yeah, let's take a... Well, it's not a break now. Definitely ready now. Ready now. And then they'll be like, please tell me how to signal this or something. Ah, man, my eyes are killing me. I'm not ready for another hour. Okay, so what else do we want in this block? Like, a lot of that, because that's kind of what I always put in here. And then maybe a dashboard of some sort, like on what we are producing, but you know, that's not important right now. Roboports, I don't think I need a lot of roboports because this is actually going to be just fine. This is the outbound, so this is stuff that comes into the planet. So yeah, sure, we'll need some roboports and stuff, but anyway, this will have to be... I kind of want you to be the first one. So what is the first filter that we get inbound? The first science we get in is you. And the second one is... Oh, why can't I not just select something I don't have yet? That sucks. It's an option? Oh yeah, that's true. Interface. Show all items in selection list. Is that the one? Maybe? Thank you. I already have to deal with this shit here. When you get metallurgy, is it not better to have labs on volcanoes? Nope. I thought that, but then I thought that the reason why it's not, and I can now say that it's definitively not better, is because if I make labs on volcanoes, first of all, I have to make all the science of volcanoes. I'm gonna do that anyway. But as I make all the sciences, I need to collect them. So that means I need logistics on volcanoes to collect them at the new temporary science facility, which sucks because the point of volcanoes is that you don't need inbound logistics because you always got lava, you always got calcite, you got coal and sulfuric acid somewhere nearby. So you got everything you need, and it means you can build a factory anywhere and you just launch it into space and then be done with it. And then suddenly that thing would be lost if I now had to do that. So yeah, labs also need spoilers out. Ugh. Yeah. Well, that's definitely a timed. So I'd say no Glebber signs in this build. Make a new one once you get that. Yeah, maybe it's kind of... this should not be designed at the moment when you build this for Glabber Science. I would also say that this one should come in two versions. One where it just builds these two lines in and build the signs, and then the second one where you attach all of that stuff to it at the end. Something like that, right? Anyway, break time for the bonus hour. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. All right, we're back for the bonus hour. Thank you very much for that. I don't feel particularly keen on designing this aside from, yeah, it has to be something like this. Maybe there's something else we can just squeeze in if we find that that's something we need. But let's leave it as it is now. And then I think I want to also hook up all the rest of the stuff here. Let's try actually building it. Oops. Okay, and I'm kind of thinking that I might be overbuilding this severely. The copper and iron, for example, seems to be way overbuilt. Maybe this one should actually be built here. And then you're going to be built here. And then you're going to be built here. And I don't think plastic actually needs to go beyond where it, oh, right, it does. Zip, here. That one. here, and that one. Pouring in the plastic. Everyone's happy. That one. And then all of this copper, it looks very much like we've overbuilt it, right? Basically at this point I should just do this. Oops, lost something I shouldn't have destroyed. Need one space for the space platform. Yes, that's gonna be here. Oh, you need for space. Oh, right. I need it for space platform. Yes. That needs copper coils. Yes, so we keep it. Yeah. Copper, that's... I think that's gonna be a build up here. Together with... I don't know. Maybe these are gonna be out here in the corner. I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Maybe I'll have all of this here. Maybe... Because the thing is, I need... That one I don't need anymore. Oh, I should also have somewhere... This one. This one should also be hooked up. Oops. Oof, this is... busy one. Good. So now we get copper. Oh, look at that. More copper coming in. Actually, 2 more copper coming in. Anyway, this one has to be all 4 anyway. So I was a little bit quick on this. Right. Never mind. Here. I need copper inbound. Nope, I need... It's really problematic, this one. Okay, maybe I get it 1 up. Nope, because then this one is in the way. Careful. Oh, and this just turned the wrong way. Right. Then I need a little bit of ironium here. Like that. Need some sulfur. We'll get to that. The good old balancer here from the olden days of actually building balancers by hand. Back in my days, we built our balancers by hand. None of those fancy blueprints. That's the first one branched off, and that's the second one branched off. That one, and that's also misplaced. Good. Then I need red circuits on the top here, or I could also just get it in like that. That's also fine. Splitter into... Could you put the splitter blueprint into Patreon, please? Nope. Because they are not my blueprints. They are just... Oops. All the balancer blueprints, they are Rainquest's balancers. And they've probably been updated since then, but they work fine. Let's see. I got number 1 and number 2, and then this one will get number 3. And here I need greens and steel. So that means... Somehow it's always the wrong sequence here. There. Oops. And also the next one. Right. Do I even need iron any more up here? I don't think so. I certainly don't need much of it, so I think I'm just gonna kill everything after they take this one. So... Looks good. Branch off, branch off, branch off, and this one goes up. Maybe, maybe not. And this one continues. And this one is also just... There we go. So basically 1, 2, 3, and then the last one goes up. Okay. Electric engines, yes. Electric engines output. There. They also need to come in somewhere. Don't know where, but don't know when. Maybe like this. Why not? And they'll be on one side. That is what it is. And I don't think we need anything else. Yeah, fluids. Yes. Fluids. Where did I actually want to make fluids? I had a plan. Oh, here's the fluids. Ah, fuckity fuck. Damn it. I have to have one that's completely empty for the fluids. Why did I not think about the fluids? Because I did think about it, and then I forgot to think about it. Why did I forget to think about it? How much coal is this using? 14? How much coal is this using? Okay, so this is less than 1 coal. That means I should not have more than 1 coal on the belt at any given time. There. Because then I'm thinking I could move the plastic over there and then use the 3 remaining ones for here. Or See, the thing is, I'd really love to use this one for greens. Which I actually could do, right? This one could come in and take the greens in this belt because it's already coming out here. I hate having to redo this. And then that would be... that would work. But it would just have to be a nightmare again for these branches. Because I need to free this one. This one is completely misplaced. I really don't want the greens out here. Nope, I don't. And the reason I don't want it is because it's so far away from this side where the greens are being used all the time. So not having it somewhere in the middle is bad. Okay, Plastic where the stone was, yes. But that doesn't really solve the issue that we need down here somewhere. We need water. Maybe. I actually don't really. Well, we need water for a little bit, but we need... do we need petroleum? No, we don't. We actually only... we need lubricant, sulfur, but not petroleum. Petroleum we are not shipping. We are shipping sulfuric acid. Yeah, those are the 3 things we need to get on the bus. And this is all good until here. But we could maybe take them here and then move the plastic over. Plastic is easiest to move. It just kind of feels bad to have something and then not have the 4 liquids next to each other. Well, what if we move the coal over to... no, I can't move the coal over here because that's where the green is. I could move the coal over next to the iron because I'm never going to use more than 2 lanes of iron here. So that could be coal and then it could also be plastic on these 2 lines. Because coal and plastic never collide. So I'm going to move the coal over to this line and then these and plastic as well. So coal and plastic move over here. Yes. All right, that's a little bit of work. It's actually not a great thing to do here. And that's also incorrect. Why am I not doing this? I know this is not necessary, but it never was. Who did that? It looks so nice, but it's not gonna work. I'm just fixing these because they're annoying me. Doesn't it look better if I do it this way? Yes. Yeah, that looks better. Let's fix this one as well. Ooh. That actually looks somehow better. Yeah, that's nice. This is one of those things where when it's late, then that's a good time to do these kind of things because I'm kind of getting myself confused easily. So this is something that's always safe for me to do. It needs to be done, and I can't really fuck it up. Well, yeah. Maybe better, maybe not. Clean up. And I know there's still a lot of... Oh, shit. Ah, what have I done? What have I done? I'm just... One steel lane is never enough throughput. Yeah, but adding another steel line doesn't really change anything when I'm producing 15 per second. So I can add as many steel lines as I want, but it's not really going to make a difference if I don't produce enough, and I can't produce enough in this space. So yeah, if I can only produce 15, then it doesn't matter how many lanes I have, as long as it's at least one. See here, what's better, to make it like that and then, or to make it with this little single one and then only jump? Because I can't always jump 2 tiles or jump 6 tiles long here like this. Does this look better? I mean, I know the answer. Yes, it does. This does look better. Whenever possible. And then there might be some cases like this one where it's completely impossible. God damn. Like, this is nice, but fuck. What the hell am I gonna do about it? Ah, this is... I don't know what to do about it. Missed belt. Yeah, I know. Maybe somewhere. I missed the belt somewhere. Where? What? Why? Here. Maybe that one? Ugh, I think this is beautiful. This thing here, you can see that... I'd like it to be possible to do this, but I'm not... See here, it's not possible. And then, if it's not possible, it's not possible. But when it is possible, yes, we do it. And then, see, this one can't do it either, unless I moved it back to the other design. Which I kind of have to do now, I realize. Yeah, these can't be made any better.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
It's also, this starts out as yellow, so maybe this is not what I want. Mike Steve, thank you. It's more than 2 hours since last the sub. Yeah. If this is starting as a yellow build, then it should be something that yellow belts can reach over and not sort of build it the wrong way. The same with this. But I am just ignoring the elephant in the room. And I don't know what to do about it. What? God damn it, there's so many. But all these are designed to be fixed. I started out thinking that I would want to build on the path, but, you know, old habits die hard. And I think this is better. Except, what the hell are we gonna do about this one? I have no idea. Found a solution. Oh, that's beautiful. Move everything one back. Okay, let me just see if I can earn that space back here. So I need to be able to free entirely that tile here. How about that? How about that? Screenshot on Discord, yeah. I like mine better. I actually like this better. Is it fast enough? Yeah. It's just, yeah. Ooh. Creative solutions past midnight. What is the world coming to? There. Okay, let's continue upwards. All of this stuff is red belt, so I should sort of feature it as red belt if at all possible. And then when it's not possible, it's not possible. But this is red belt. This is made with yellow belts. This is made with yellow belts initially. So that should sort of be designed towards yellow belts. Oh, there's junk on the pots here. Okay. A few random things over here that's not important, but consistency and all. Nope. And that was the last one. Yes, yes. Just check, 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 check. Check, check, check. And, oh, there's still a few ones left here. Right. I need to make a number of things. Space platforms. I need to make this. Let's think about it. Concrete. Okay, so we actually do need concrete maybe up here if I want to bring this in on a belt. I kind of want to make this on a belt basis, right? Like most of it is the same. It's steel, engines, low density, and blue. Those are the ones that I need for everything. And then steel, blue, that no low density, but two other things, right? That one's the part. These are the 4 parts. 3 of the 4 parts. 3 of the 4 parts. 3 of the and then the space platform, and then also some concrete. So it seems like we have a. Oh yeah, the liquids. Yes. All right, let's make the liquids as well. Let's oh right, we were kind of fixing the coal here, but it was not even fixed. It was just yeah, like that. And then there, coal is fixed. And then it's plastic coming out here. This is plastic, and then it goes. Gradually replace it. Don't like. Oh. Here it doesn't matter which one's on top and which one's below, so I can do. And I don't need plastic for anything else. This is the last thing we need plastic for. Yep. Oh, that's also missing something. So that's the last thing we need plastic for, and that means we can do. There's also a problem here. Okay. All right. Why is... Okay, plastic is just lacking. So now I have freed up this line all the way through. Yes. Which will then be moved. Not you. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I need you up here, so maybe I don't want to bring you up there anyway. Then sulfur is the next one. So I need sulfur from, well, the sulfur maker. That's here. All right, sulfur is coming out there. Yep, that one. We'll be building concrete. That needs water. Concrete is actually built here. And this is why I'm bringing concrete in. Or water in, because that's for concrete, which goes out. But not really anything. I don't think we've found anything else that needs water. And that is here. Is sulfuric acid needed for anything else? No, I don't think so. Yes, it is. Right here, yes. No, yes. And voila, that's it. Then the next one is lubricant. So. Okay, where was that? That's here. And nowhere else. That's the only few things that need it, right? Yeah, concrete stops at the hub. You're absolutely right. That was one of the things that we missed. Yes. No, that's not really a big deal. Yeah. Some fluid top left block. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's actually a mistake, isn't it? It is. It should be the thinnest, the heaviest to the lightest. Water is very light oil. It's actually not oil at all. And then it's a petroleum product, a light oil product, and a heavy oil product. So yeah. Like that. There we go. And then there's the light oil. Oh no. That bothers me a lot. There. And then that's light oil, which is coming out here. No! So I can't even do this. Can do that, maybe. Good. Okay. Go up and in. And it's still working. Still doing stuff. Let's delete and build again and see that it is working. Yes. It is working. Good. Right. Lubricant for blue belts. No blue belts. Perhaps lubricant does, but does lubricant need to be on main bus? Perhaps the factory which need lubricant could be above place where it's created. Yes, it could, but then it would destroy everything else. So it's the thing is, when you build, you don't build oil because you want oil. You build oil because you want plastic, because you want red circuits, because you want blue signs. And if then, once you build this, you really don't want to be like, oh, and now I skip a block and then I build the stuff up here because I want to save on some pipes in 5 hours time. That's why. So this is not important to get this up here. This is whenever, then sure, I spent 20 underground pipes on it. Don't care. That's not worth. Any consideration to have rocket silos close to the hub? Yes. No. I mean, yes, I'd love that, but it's just not possible. Because if I do that, then everything else will be shifted up. I was kind of considering building it here, but then, like, think about it from the perspective of when you build stuff. And when you're just getting started and every yellow belt is precious, then you really don't want to be skipping things. And you have a dedicated little block here for your hub. Start building that so you get some more resources. Then the next thing you want is getting the red and green signs. So that's going to be the next block. And then this one, and then, okay, we got something. And then you still build your hub a little bit more, build a little bit more smelting, build a little bit more greens. And then it's time for oil. Or, well, then it's time for military science. Then it's time for oil. Then it's time for a little bit of red circuits. Then it's time for blue. And that's, for me, much more important to optimize because that's where you are short on resources. And you sit there and have to drag belts much longer just because later on, because the distance from here to here, yeah, sure, it's a little bit, but it's not super crazy a lot. Vertical coal belt crossing the path. You scoundrel. Yeah, Thank you. Ah, man, this looks nice. This looks like, I don't think, if you showed this to anyone, they would immediately recognize whose base it is. Stone belt. Are there also stone belts? Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, these belts as well. Good. Yeah, this base seems really recognizable. But the thing about like getting it closer to the hub, yes. But it is closer because each city block is much smaller. So another reminder for water. Ah, right, we also need water for this. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of sneaking that from outside, but that might not be where it needs to go in. This one should actually be a train station for an oil train station here. Problem is it's not getting any fuel in here. Maybe that is a problem. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe. Yeah. Looking at the base seems kind of similar to the Enterprise if you imagine a big circle at the top. Hmm. Don't know. Not a Trekkie, so who did that? Oh, it's late, right? It's late. Let's see if it's also the case on the other side. Yeah, I mean, at least I'm consistent. It's not really a big deal. Because there, it's fine. But it means that I have to update the blueprints. Don't know how that happened, actually, but it did happen. Oh, that's not where I wanted it. Yeah. What? You already have the light on. I know. I'll think about what I want to do about this, but let's one thing at a time. This one will be oil inbound, so we don't make any confusion about it. I'm just a little bit tired now. Hope that's okay. Doop, there we go. Don't know how to do the oil unloading, but the water, yes. We'll need to get the water in from the other side here. Then maybe that's too big? No, not even close. Well, kind of close. 250 out of 320. And then the oil will come in from a station here. I mean, the oil train, yes, you're absolutely correct that it would make sense to sneak out this one somehow, maybe kind of somewhere. I don't know, maybe somewhere, right? And then basically something I didn't think of was you can actually make it into. Oh, it's not it. It's that one. You could simply make it like this. And then basically just export it out here somehow. Boop. That's a funny way of doing it, because it's easier to transport liquids than it is to transport solids. Unloading stations are fine in the early smelting block. Thank you, DSP. Thank you for checking that. Okay. I wanted to, but I'm not gonna be doing these two now. I'm too tired. I can't. I've had such an exhausting weekend. So just been 2 full days of rope workshop with one of the best in Europe, and like small group, very intense, and yeah, it's been a little bit tired now. So I think we'll be wrapping this one up. Remember, next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be allocated to Assassin's Creed Shadows. What's left? Spaceships and rockets, yes. And then keep a chest for buffer for fuel. Yeah, don't think I need it because it's actually already. This is the chest. It makes 50, which is nice and definitely enough to keep a train going. Yeah, spaceship parts and rockets, and then tweaking, and yeah, I think we did a lot of good stuff here. Yeah, got all this done and all of this done, and this one improved, and talked a bit. Don't check on the AC shadows bug. I don't know what that is. What is that? Could we get a save for patrons tonight? Yes, you can. Of course you can. I'm just going to save that here. So that's going to be the name of it. And then I'm going to upload it before I end the stream so that we know that it's there. And masterclass shortcuts and MC04.5. And it is uploaded now. Whew. Thank you, everyone. And a 4 and a 4-way rail in the section. Yes, ready for Reddit. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Assassin's Creed bug. But no, not Assassin's Creed, but Assassin's Creed Shadows. And then we'll be, yeah, then we'll see. If I hate it, then we'll play something else. But if I don't think so, I think it'll be a nice adventure game that we'll play through. I enjoy the other ones, and they have to do a lot of things wrong for me not to enjoy some ninjaing. Like how logical is it to have a Shadows, an Assassin's Creed with ninjas? Like how the hell did it take so long for them to get around to it? I don't get it. But anyway, good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.